Hello everyone, and welcome to another stream of Final Fantasy Thursday? Okay, I guess this would not be another stream of that then. I guess this would be something of a first occurrence. Normally if I do a makeup stream on this, it's on Wednesday, but someone asked for help. Someone asked for help, so I couldn't do it. So now I'm here today. So I guess I'm going to be streaming 2 days in a row. Isn't that exciting? Final Fantasy X will continue tomorrow, on the usual Friday thing, but as I've discussed during various other streams, today will be a 14-day. It's a good thing that the bot just showed me to let me know that I'm live on the channel. That's great. As for what I'm actually going to do today, it's mostly going to be solo stuff. I'm still on Excalibur because that way you guys can come and hang out with me as I do all this other stuff. But I did miss doing the Rising event, and I also missed doing the Moonfire Fair. I keep on wanting to call it the thing from Warcraft. No, it is not the Midsummer Fire Festival, it is the Moonfire Fair. Very similar headspace for the feel of that name. Anyway, let's see. What did we get for that reward? Alright, hide the chat, Bull. Hide the chat. For the Moonfire Fair, we got a really nice outfit. But for the Rising, we got a minion. And, like, it's a good minion of a character that we haven't met yet. It's always a little bit weird when the Rising gives you a minion of a character that's in current story. It's like, couldn't you have that minion be more appropriately placed at a different location? I don't know, maybe that's just me. This is not where I need to be. So last time on Final Fantasy XIV, we went back in time, we met Bomb, and we learned that we set in motion the events... No, we reacted to the events already being in motion, and gave additional information on what would come of them. And as a result, Mom was a little bit more prepared, as she always was, and so she has been preparing for until we are here. Well, we're here. We're at this point now. Now, where is that outfit? Did I stick it on a plate? I feel like I would have. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! We also got something else that's really exciting in this update. I can wear hats! I can wear hats now, not just like headbands and bandanas. No. So, look at that! I can wear Amon's hat! I lose my ears. But look, I can do it! I can wear the outfit that makes me look like me! Ah! Oh, that's exciting. Okay, that's great, actually. Hold on, we're gonna change our crafting outfit to that. Or maybe our mining outfit? No, which would be better to change? I like both of these outfits a little bit. Oh, we can even wear the bandana with the ears now. Okay. But they also added yet another feature to the game now. Specifically for Viera. It's the command that's called /Viers. And I look really weird. I don't know. Viera without ears? Isn't that like their defining trait? Like, yeah, it makes your hats look a little bit weird when you have ears with them, but like... I just think it's a little bit weird that we have this option for Viera, but we don't have, like, where's my E ears? Where's my L ears? Where's my M ears? Where's my H ears? Why even bother having the prefix for the name of the species? Just have /ears and turn everybody's ears off. Get rid of human ears. Oh no. I'll probably talk about that again later as well. So, I would have done a pre-stream activity of doing the Rising event, but that's not here. I was off by about 7 hours. Real shame that. Right, I didn't even show the thing I wanted to do. I didn't even show it. So, let's see. New outfit. Yeah, it's, yeah, there we go. Maritime. Okay, so, really slick-looking glasses. Really nice. They visor up and down, so that's really good. hold on. Okay, I do want my ears. How does it die, though? As a test, we always need to dye everything black and white with dye channel 1 and 2. So dye channel 1 gets that, dye channel 2 gets that. Okay, neat. The top is really nice. But if we dye it, what happens? What if we invert it? Ah, okay. And some people say that these pants do really good about defining the rear. I don't know. They're just kind of diving swims pants. And they don't cover the knees because that would bind mobility and actually kind of paralyze you in the water. So, like, that's good. That's good. And then we have some nice solid flip-flops. Sandals. Yeah, just sandals, not even flip-flops. My bad. They're good, though. A lot of people were complaining when the event was up, though, because there were some NPCs that just had bare feet, and we still don't have that in this game. And there were some NPCs that were bathing inside of, like, inner tubes, or like, floaty tubes, and, like, they had a really nice ship going on. It was kind of nice. I wish I could have shown it. There was a lot going on that month, though. So, I think I want to wait for one person to be in chat. One person. And then I'm going to ask them, what should we do today? Should I do Studium quests, or should I do role quests? I can, like, let's see, what can I do as a pre-stream activity? I could continue to try to unlock society quests. I could do that. Let's see, what else do I need? In order to get all the role quests done... Oh, hi there! Hey there, Uriel! Welcome to the stream! I just got done ranting about the fact that I can wear hats! Let me pop this off real quick. Okay, so this is my crafter gear right now. This is my crafter gear with the hat. But we can make it even better, because we can use our gear set, or we can use our glamour plate, and I can go to... Yes! Yes! Yeah, look at that! Look at that! Look at that, yeah! Yeah, yeah! Now I have no... Oh no, I don't know if I should update the redeem. Do I get to keep my hat with the Viera ears now? You know, hold on. Hold on, I can... One moment. Let me use studio mode for a moment. Let me, What if I simply... Where am I? Where's my hat? Where's my hat, actually? There we go! There we go! How about that? Ah, we're finally here! Okay, but I can also use... Awesome! They also added this really cursed command. /V ears. He doesn't look right. He doesn't look right without the ears. Like, I could absolutely be a Viera without the ears, but what's the point? I guess some people really, really, really just want to look like a tall human with, like, maybe with dark skin, like gray skin, and have their hats completely unobstructed by ears. But, like, I don't know, what's the point? We're getting our ears back on. We're doing that. We're doing that. Okay, so, Uriel, since you're the only person in chat right now, I'm going to ask you directly. Would you rather see me do the combat class stuff, or would you rather see me do the non-combat class stuff today? I do not know if I will have time for both, given that there are several role quest lines available. But I should have enough time to get at least one of them done. So which would you rather see? fishing, crafting, and mining, or healing, tank, and damage. All of the crafting quests are going to be taking place roughly over here in the Studium. Like, I'm going to... No idea. Dealer's choice or flip a coin. Okay. Alright. Alright, actually, that's actually a good point. I think my redeems are broken right now. Let me...
Voltage looked in the oven. He found a...
Yep, we get our empty oven. We get our empty oven, and we get our... we get our D20 thing, which is broken. Okay, so now D20 will work. Now D20 will work. So... odds combat, even stun combat. Okay, that's evens. I said non-combat for evens, correct? So we're doing non-combat today. Non-combat today. Okay, so let me update this. Update that. Okay. So right now, I am a culinarian. So let's do the culinarian quest first. It's a good thing I have somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 million gil, because I'm just going to be buying the materials I need to get this done. Go on fishing. You know what? You want to see fishing first? You want to see fishing first? We can do fishing first. Actually, I think first we have to, yeah, first we have to talk to Key. Again, this is Loey and Chloe's sister. They have a lot of siblings in the Aliapo family. The faculty. Key Aliapo is in need of a helping hand.
It's you. You're one of the scholars who are telling about it. Bond, yes?
Yep, that's me.
Brilliant. Just the man I was hoping to see. As I'm sure you're aware, the Studium is the most prestigious educational institution in all of Charlene. As such, we make a point of only working with the best educators and students.
Actually, let me make this window a little bit bigger. That way maybe you guys can read it too. Oh wow, that's big text.
The gleaners we employ also hold the same highest standards, of course. Which is perhaps why it has been so difficult to find the assistance we need of late. Surely you understand the trouble of finding competent and capable help.
Yeah.
You will come here suggest that you're willing to lend a hand, no? I'm certain you won't have much to gain from working with us if so. Do let me know if you should commit to lending your services to Studium. I should warn you, however, there's much I must explain ere you begin, so please be certain you have sufficient time to spare.
Sure, talk to me, lady.
Now, allow me to explain our work here. Professors and students from our many faculties gather and searchers meet in order to do business with and recruit reputable individuals such as yourself. Allow me to briefly introduce you to those here as present. Here we have Boric from the Faculty of Archaeology. He works as an assistant to one Professor Arusha and is currently seeking a skilled metalworker to help restore an ancient relic. Then there's Jude, who belongs to the Faculty of Astronomy. He seems to be looking for an artisan capable of work with leather, cloth, or wood.
Oh, a lifesmith.
But he wouldn't tell me much more than that. He's awfully shy, you see.
Maybe you just can't talk to girls.
Next we have Debroy, a student studying in the Faculty of Medicine. I'm fairly sure she's carrying out research under the supervision of Professor Galverok. In any case, I hear she's after someone who knows a thing or two about medicine and nutrition. And here's Hinagashi of the Faculty of Anthropology. She's told me she's searching for botanists and miners at present. By the sounds of it, she and Professor Tarnkin are dealing with a formidable task. Last but not least, there's Professor Tlakatia, an associate professor in the Faculty of Ethnology. I hear he's in need of a fisher to help him conduct research for his thesis. Unfortunately, things do not seem to be progressing well for him at the moment. I'd say those 5 are the ones most in need of supplementary aid. I'll leave it to your discretion as to who to choose to help, although be forewarned, academics can be something of an odd bunch. Just be sure not to leave anyone in the lurch after you've agreed to help them.
Okay, I get that. So we need to help them and then actually finish our work helping them and not leave them hanging. Got it. Otherwise, they'll be really ruined. You may now undertake deliveries at the Studium. Speak to those belonging to institution's various faculties to learn what ails them. So, we're going to be working with the Catboy first.
Everything going well, I take? I've heard there are still people in need of your help.
Ah, yes. We haven't even begun. So if you try to talk to the wrong person, it says that you need a different class. They will all just give you food for accepting their first quest. That's good. Ah, it also appears that they all have dialogue, in case you talk to them as something that's not that. So, let's talk to this guy.
Oh, this pressure is going to hit the end of me. Oh, I hope I find someone else who can help soon.
Alright, well, let's help out the fisher guy. Tlakatia could use a helping hand with his research.
Could it be? Ah, yes, you must be the gleaner I've heard so much about. Let me get straight to the point.
Hold on. Hold on. You need to tell me what you need first. Like the bare basics.
Oh, but where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Tlakatia, and I'm an associate professor in the Faculty of Aethology here. To tell the truth, I'm a bit of a bind. I scheduled to make a major presentation at a conference in the near future, but as ashamed as I am to admit it, I've not been able to get enough data to properly finish my thesis. If I'm unable to prove my worth to my research, then my funding is all but certain to dry up. As you can see, the stakes are high. You have the look of an adept angler about you, am I right? If so, you could be just the person I need. This section here is one I've rented out for work. Might I introduce you to taking a look?
Sure, I'll go and seat you there. Let's hit it hard.
No, please don't hit my problem. No. One mending later. Impressive, isn't it? I bet you've never laid eyes on such a fine fish tank before.
I don't know, I've seen a couple in a couple houses.
Astounding. Sadly, as you can see, it's entirely devoid of fish. Anyhow, I suppose I should tell you about my work. You see, I research water veins. Not just any old ones, mind you, but those that carry aether, not like the life stream or the etheric currents of the wind. Life is naturally drawn to areas abundant in aether, which is why you might observe that popular fishing spots are often also aether-rich. My research focuses particularly on veins which carry especially high concentrations of aether, currently commonly known as spectral currents. Are you perhaps familiar with the phenomenon?
I've seen a spectral current before, actually.
Oh-ho! I'd expect nothing less from a veteran gleaner. I must say, it's always nice to meet someone familiar with the subject of my life's work. In any event, the most important point to remember is just how important aether currents are for aquatic life. To look at it any other way, it's possible to identify how strong the local aether current is by studying the fish of other aquatic life in any given area. And that's where we come to full circle. I require a specimen of fish from various bodies of water to confirm my hypothesis regarding underwater aether currents. And there's the rub. The areas most worth researching also happen to be the hardest to reach. Of course, I would not be averse to risking the journey myself, if only it were not for my condition.
You're gonna have to explain that one.
Ah, yes, I suppose I should explain. Put simply, I have long suffered from a particularly nasty case of aether sickness. I can't even use the aether net or any sort of teleportation magics. Quite annoying when your life's work particularly demands on such things, to say the least.
Oh. Well, I know at least 2 people like that.
I know, an aetherologist who can't stomach aether. I wouldn't believe it if I were not living this nightmare myself.
Ah, well, we do what we can, right? That's why you're hiring me.
But perhaps you're skeptical. I have an idea.
No, you don't have to demonstrate.
Follow me to the Aetherite Plaza, and I'll show you just how bad I've got it.
Alright, I guess we're going to go watch a man vomit today. And it didn't walk me there automatically. So let's take a look at this fishing facet. They got barrels, they got empty, they got an empty sink, They have some fish prepared for eating it chewy off the table. Looks like they are studying the way that fish teleports using a miniature aetherite. Lots and lots of fish. It's almost like they're preparing for cooking more than they're preparing for study. But then again, I guess cooking is just dissecting a fish. Huh. That doesn't make me comfortable to think about. Let's move on. So, for all these quests, you have to start at level 80. Fisher is going to be a little bit behind. I might need to do some custom deliveries in order to level up on the way. But I feel like catching the fish is probably going to be enough to level me. All my other quests are not going to have this problem because, Miner's 87, the quest will push it up. Carpenter, Goldsmith, and Culinarian are all 86. They'll probably level up enough from this. If not, I can do a couple of leaves. And all my combat classes are all level 90. So they're not going to get stopgapped at all. You don't think having that doggo there is very hygienic? No! But you know what? He's a good boy, so he deserves it. Pet. Look at him! One more time. Good. I love dog. Alright, moving on. Ah, there you are. Alright, watch closely now. You see? I'm feeling so queasy, it's all I can do to hold down the contents of my stomach. Oh, the whole world. It's spinning. Someone make it stop. What is this? Forgive me. I'm really glad we got to see a fairy instead of what we actually would have seen there. Well, there you have it. My condition has manifested itself all over the ground for you. No, we're not going there. I say, Tlaka, are you quite alright? Professor Nell! I see your condition is bad as ever. One would think you avoid a place like this. And you? You're perchance assisting Tlaka with his research? He hasn't hired me quite yet. The boy may suffer from the terrible aether sickness, but as a scholar, he has as much potential as anyone I've seen. You develop an eye for these things when you've been in academia as long as I have. But I must be on my way. I very much look forward to reading your finished thesis, Tlaka. Ciao. I like his wings on his cape. I mentioned I don't handle pressure particularly well. I've barely written the introduction to my paper, and the Professor Nell is already selling it up to his peers. How could I possibly live up to his expectations? By getting me to do your job for you. Incidentally, Professor Nell is one of the leading authorities in the world of aetherology. Some would even say he's the equal of Master Matoya, and for some reason he seems to have taken a liking to me. Probably because you're a cat. Master Matoya also likes a cat. He's the one who pushed me to school to allow me to form my own research team, at first the trial phase of the program to support young scholars. Otherwise, a humble associate professor such as myself would never be allowed to conduct such an ambitious project. And yet I run the risk of losing everything if I don't turn my potential into actual results for the upcoming conference. Not only would my own research team be disbanded, but there's a high likelihood that Professor Nell's program would be terminated, meaning that no other young scholar would ever again receive the opportunity I did. The very future of the Studium is at stake. Part of me wishes I could just drink my words away. Sadly, I handle alcohol about as well as I handle aether. I may not be good at dealing with aether or pressure, but one thing is certain, if for Nell's sake, I must not fail. I cannot! Well, I'm glad you're passionate about this. And so I beg of you, pray help me. There's no one else to whom I can turn. Leave it to me! I'll hit the problem really hard. Please don't hit the fish. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
You're a shining beacon of all hope for young scholars here in Charlene. Now, let's head back to the searchers' meet so we can get back to the task. I shall meet you back there at my office.
You could just tell me what to fish and I could go fish. Shit. This is not very efficient. But I suppose all the quests are gonna be like this.
Ah, Bot. I was just compiling a list of fish that I'll be needing for my search. Let me know when you're ready to get to fishing. I'll fill you in on exactly what I would like you to do.
Guy, I asked you back at the plaza. Faculty of Aetherology, Studium Deliveries unlocked. You may now undertake deliveries for Faculty of Aetherology for Studium. Speak to Tlaka to learn more. Go with the flow. Tlaka is in dire need of some data, and he'll pay me cordials. Nice.
Alright then, shall we get started? To review, I require samples of aquatic life from various bodies of water, that I might analyze them and ascertain the current state of respective regions' underwater aether currents. Before I send you off to the far-flung locales, I'd like to gather data from somewhere nearby. Collecting samples from a stable, controlled environment like Labyrinthos should give me a good basis from which to compare my future findings. To that end, I'd like to ask you to catch me some giant aether lice, and a fair share of them, to ensure a representative sample size. According to my preliminary research, they swim in abundance near the Freighted Conduit, and have a noted fondness for gold salmon roe.
So I have to catch lice. I have to catch lice. Okay. Let's see. Does the quest thing show me where to get them? No. The quest journal, like, told me exactly where he said they were. Here's the other rub. I can't fly in Labyrinthos yet. That said, I'm a gatherer. And as a result, I am a master of stealth. Nothing will attack me here. It's a little bit of a ride. But it just means that we get to enjoy the music a little bit. I'm pretty sure where I need to go is, like a little river that's just over this way. I think it's where we helped, Erenville catch some birds. Yeah, double checking. Fished from the Freighted Conduit. Okay.
Bolters looked into the oven. It's soup!
Soup! Actually, wasn't I just awarded soup? No, I was given crab cakes. I don't appear to have any soup. Is soup still an emote, though? If it isn't, then there is on BTTV. But no, it looked like soup was still an emote. I think this is where I need to be. Okay. Medley, you're not going to be necessary for a while. So let's turn the Collector's Glove on. Keep snagging off. Dismiss our Chocobo. Why did a fate pop up here? Oh my. No. Just in case someone decides to start doing fates in this region for who knows why. Let's just not be there. Well, it's yellow, but it's not the cursed casserole. Soup is alright. Yeah, I like soup. That yellow could be anything. It could be like chicken broth. It could be like melted cheese on the top of it. Who knows? Right, why am I... Okay, so... Catching fish. Yeah. Alright, let's turn the light on. And let's sit down. I did not know that I could get the exclamation point above my head while I was... No, this does not appear to be the location. We need the freighted conduit. This log is the unmoved source beta. No, we need the freighted conduit. It doesn't look like... If it is labeled on the map, I don't know where it would be labeled on the map. Ah, it was all the way back there. I am silly. I went the wrong direction. Very far in the wrong direction, actually. It's okay, we just get to enjoy even more Labyrinthos music. I do really like this game's music. Actually, how loud is my music? The volume settings seem fine. As long as you guys can hear it, that's fine. Oh no, you wouldn't think that violins and synth would go good together, but they're great. Actually, is this synth? What can I call these random noises? I know that they're a keyboard. They're a keyboard making electronic noises. I was referring specifically to the, warbly chirps. This could be bells. This is probably a keyboard making the sound of bells. Okay. We're getting around to where we actually need to be now. Okay, let's activate Patience 2! And we sit down in the water. Yeah, we're up to our elbows in water. This is probably the best way to fish, though. Weak bite. Is what we need weak? Yeah! I'm not really worried about not leveling up for fishing. That said, after this patience runs out, if I don't get all the fish, I need to eat one of these manuals. You know, just to be sure. Just to be safe about it. Weak bite, come on. Give me another Aetherlos. Yeah! Yeah! Do I have a identical cast? Yeah! Give me the good stuff. Okay, now that I actually have a moment, earlier you asked me about how Biscuit is doing. Well, he was very itchy a few days ago. Very, very itchy. So I finally got him his flea medication. It turns out, like, all that stuff says it lasts 3 months, but, no, it seems like it only lasts 2 months on him. The second I put that stuff on, he stopped whining at me for itches and scritches. He's a very needy boy, and he understands that if he needs anything, he'll come to me. I will know how to fix whatever is ailing him. That's a really bad top minnow, but that's not what we need. Wonderful boy. Wonderful boy. He tells me exactly what's wrong and when he needs it and how he does it. Like, if he needs to, use the leash, then he'll bark at me. Or if if he's out of water, he'll go sit by his water bowl and stare at me. Wonderful dog. I love him. Okay, let's see. Let's drink a cordial. Yeah, catching these without the buff on is not great. So I want to get... I don't know what the minimum is. I probably should have talked to Guy to learn what the minimum was. I'm going to guess 160. Oh, my bars are a mess. My bars are an absolute mess. Really, the bar 4 should be for spearfishing, and bar 1 should be for the other. Yeah, so let's do this. Let's move these around. Let's fix my bar. Make it not awful. Double hook can be over here. We don't really like to release. And release is also over there. Why do I have multiple copies and instances of release? Oh, that's a release list. Okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I don't need multiple instances of fish eyes. Surface slap, double hook. I'm pretty sure I have triple hook, too. Mooch, mooch, do. I only need this when I'm spearfishing. Where's the gate? There it is. Yeah, that's important. Yeah, we use a lot more of our abilities when we're actually fishing. Alright. Patience 2. Go again. Now I'm buffed by papers. I forgot to eat a raisin. My bars are a little bit better. Only a little bit. Weak fish. That's what we need. That's what we're here for. I don't have enough GP to use identical cast. Just need 2 more. That's not what we need. But I'm gonna catch it anyway. Because it's experience. Look, okay, I'm at the P of the HP bar right now. Yeah, I got, like, the gap between the P of the HP bar and the first number. So... yeah, I'm not worried about not getting enough fish. I'm more worried about, like, taking 7 years to catch 6 fish. Because in spite of all my abilities, I'm still limited by my amount of GP. Still a big fish. I could just not spend the GP to catch the big fish, but the big fish still gives experience. Little fish. Well, that wasn't what we needed. 15 seconds of patience left. Oh. It gets stuck on if your line is out, because that way it won't run out in the middle of you catching a fish. Which is really, like, that's a great quality of life thing right there. I think I point that out every time I fish, but I think it bears repeating every time I'm fishing. Ah! Big fish. Not what we needed. Probably gonna need another one of these tetheras. Fat snook. A freshwater fish recognizable by its golden brown fins. What a name for a fish! Alright, so let's use... Okay. I know there's an ability that lets me get my GP back. Okay, let's use the Thalia XIV. Then we wait for enough to be able to use Patience 2. Almost. Okay, got it. Drink the cordial. Thalia XIV 2 more times. Okay. Now I have enough GP to maybe use Identical Cast if I get another one. I have 4. I only need 6. I could have bought some high cordials. Actually, don't I do have high cordials. I should be using those. But look, I got, like, over half of a level just trying to get the fish I need for the quest. Ah, that's not it. So I don't think I'm gonna get stopped by, the quest not being high enough level. I could also take a break and go do the boat. Actually, shoot, I don't know. I might need to go stop at Limsa to see what the boat schedule's looking like. If anyone is aware, is the boat schedule currently on odd or even hours? That's what we need. Identical cast. Alright, we're almost done. We're almost done with the first fish. Amazing. Okay. Okay. We go. We return. I didn't even use up all the experience boost. I probably don't need this sprint here. Let's put this patience over here. Had you any luck catching those lice? If not, so I suggest heading to Frantic Conduit with some gold salmon roe in your tackle box. That's what you fishers call it, right? Yeah, we know that we've done this before. Okay, so we simply like that. Well, we're getting a lot of scripts. Do I have room to hold all these scripts? Barely. I'm going to have to find creative ways to spend my scripts once again. I also still have white scripts I need to convert into purple. Oh, good. Now this is a remarkable catch. Impressive specimens like these will give me even more quality data. I can't thank you enough. In making your first successful delivery, you've begun to earn Tlakatia's trust. There are items Tlaka needs, and items will improve your standing with the Faculty of Aetherology. And we turned in all of it at once, because that's how I do. Thanks to your efforts, I've been able to compile a full set of reference data. Now we can finally get started on our spots further afield. But before that, I haven't yet explained my research to you in detail, have I? Simply put, there's a certain hypothesis I want to prove. In my studies over the years, I have come to believe that, much like the tide and ebb and flow over the face of the moon, so too do the underwater aether currents that cover our entire planet. When the concentration of aether on any given current changes, aquatic life in other areas grow more or less abundant, which ultimately affects the currents of ocean itself. My hope is that, if I can prove this accurately predict these changes, we might theoretically identify the best times for fishing. and even know when the safest to navigate the seas. Needless to say, it would be a major breakthrough, and I'm one step closer to realizing it, thanks to you. Oh, excellent! I would love to have a tracker that tells me when the best time to catch our fish is.
Ah, Dwaka. It looks like your research is progressing well.
Ah, Professor Nell!
I heard that your friend here had gathered data samples for you, so I brought a few choice tomes with me that might serve to point you in the right direction.
As always, you are too kind, Professor. I can't thank you enough.
Don't mention it. When the time comes and your research bears fruit, that will be all the thanks I need. Your mind for developing compelling other authors has always impressed me. You lacked only for a skilled leader to help you overcome the limits of your affliction. I'll be watching this new partnership of yours with great interest.
I'm just here to get paid. Why, that actually wasn't so bad. Just having you around has already taken a huge weight off my shoulders. Up until now, see, Professor Nell's confidence had only made me feel pressured to deliver something I wasn't even sure I was capable of. But now I've finally started to make some tangible progress, and it's all because of you. For the first time, I feel like I may have a bright future in academia after all. Yeah, let's do it together. Please don't hit the fish. Yes, I have a feeling everything is going to go swimmingly, no pun intended, as long as you're by my side. Yay, more high cordials. I'll actually remember to drink them. Please don't drink them all at once. I couldn't if I tried. Cloggety is pleased with your efforts. He now considers you a dependable fisher. And I think we can just pick up the next quest right away. Wait, hold on. When did you get that in there? Goodness sake, what is that? Some kind of fish or some kind of squid? Are those jaws or tentacles? Maybe both. Data across the decades. Cloggety has high hopes that your partnership will bear fruit. Oh, hello again. Did you notice the fish tank, by the way? Yes. I went ahead and put on one of my research specimens. It quite a looker, wouldn't you say? I tell you, so many things have fallen into place ever since you showed up. I'm having a time of my life analyzing all this data. I mean to continue my analysis of Aetherlights, of course, but I wouldn't task you with as a gleaner with a much more wouldn't task you with such mundane tasks. Instead, I'd like to make full use of your skills by having you visit an area I've long been fascinated with. I speak, of course, of the surrounding XIV. I have reason to believe that there was a significant change to the aether currents in those waters that occurred around the time of the calamity. Professor Nell shared with me some data some 20 years prior. It would compare it with your current data to ascertain if I'm correct. It's currently, having a calamity. Did you not hear? Waters around XIV, you see, have long been one of the focal points of Professor Nell's research. You're not even listening to me, are you? I wish to study them more on his work, while also using it as a starting point of my own. Before you go, however, a word of warning. Ever since the calamity, the region is notorious for shipwrecks. I realize you are not seasoned professional, but I fully understand if you do not want to take on the risk. I almost didn't return from my voyage to the Saratoga Sea. So rumors were true! Still, you could always fish off the island's coast. I reckon there wouldn't be much risk in that. Anyhow, I'd like you to go fish the same species that Professor Nell studied 20 years ago, to wit, the Garjana Rossi. According to the books the professor gave me, they live near the Great Runoff, and are known to enjoy nibbling at shrimp balls. And it should do it. Be safe out there. Shrimp balls, huh? What about versatile lure? Let's see. What collectability do you need? 313. 313. Also, I have to go spend my scripts. Fortunately, they do have a script exchange right here. They don't have an appraiser here, which would be really nice and turn this place into one of the best capital cities in the game. But, I am able to spend my scripts. What can I get? I think I already have the best gear I can possibly get. No! No, I don't. And I just now got the ability to get it. So, we're doing this. You can't get this yet. Whatever. Just buy it. We're going to want this. This is what we're going to be using next expansion. I guess just starting these is what allowed me to begin buying this stuff. Free gear upgrades. And I'll use this when I'm level 90. We found a creative way to get our stuff. So I'll get a pickaxe and a sledge too. Easy! Easy! And it used a lot of our stuff, but not all. I still have to find creative ways to spend this stuff. Level 90 tokens? Music? I already own all this stuff. I already own all this stuff. I already have these inside my fish hanging rod lure display. Hey, Zokoba! Oh boy! Final Fantasy Thursday! Folklore good, otherwise materia is as hell is good. Yeah, this is a tier of materia that people will actually use in current melding. I can't wear any of this gear, but I will. I'm going to be getting so many more scripts, though. I just needed to not cap right now. Also, thank you again for... Let me double check this. Thank you again for your use of your Prime sub. Better late than never. Low-level crafting gathering material are always useful, since some breakpoints are so small. Not always. I still find that, like... a over-melding materia from 2 expansions ago is usually enough, and I can get rid of anything that's older than that. Like, yeah, they cost a couple less scripts, but, like, in terms of item space, I don't have room for all that. I just don't have room. So, actually, do you know, Zokoba, what hour is the boat on? Is it on even hours or odd hours right now? Do you know? Oh yeah, outside of day 1 crafting, you don't actually need, like, level 1 through 5. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. So... I'm going to take this. I have to go fish in Thavnair for this one. But I don't know if the boat is on even or odd hours. Right now we're getting close to an odd... You know what? Let's go check that. I'm just paying for teleport fees. Whatever. We'll double check. You think the boat is in 1 hour. So that would put it at... even hours. But, like... I live in America, and we have daylight saving time, which throws off, and then I can never remember which hour it's on. Unless I've actively been fishing within the last month. I don't see a collection of people here, so you're probably right. It probably is in an hour. Yep, recruitment is in an hour. Yep, that's what they say. Okay. Okay, good enough. You normally just use Lulu's ocean fishing website. I see. Of course there would be a website specifically for ocean fishing. The best way to level fisher in the game. They made the Diadem a place for the Asgardian restoration. They made the moon. But ocean fishing is still the best way to level fishing. They made a cool new minigame out of spearfishing. No, that's the worst way to level. Auto-scaling content that gives 2 to 5 levels every time? Yeah, please. Yeah. Yeah, things are still really bad here, but I have to fish here. At least I can fly here. So according to the quest journal... Okay, it tells me the numbers I need. 313 for the best reward. Shrimp balls. The Great Runoff. I'm not sure what would qualify as the Great Runoff, but we're going to try fishing, like, here and see what happens. We'll catch one fish in a variety of locations until we find the Great Runoff. The world. It will be hard. Things are looking really bad right now. But we're still here. We're still fishing. Fish gets away. Am I not in level... I'm in level 80 here. Clay level 80 rod. No, not level 80 spearfishing gig. We can never upgrade the spearfishing gig. People hate this thing. This is not the runoff. You can check the areas of the fishing log. Yes. Hold on. Hold on. Let me... Slash... Do that. Okay. Nope, we're not having a bot advertise viewers. We're not doing that. Thank you. Please don't come again. Yeah, okay, so the quest log tells you where it is, but clicking on it and having it go to the map just sends me back to the place to turn it in. And the fishing log only shows you places where you've already fished. So I need to find the Great Runoff. Which I thought was that river there, but I guess I was wrong. Yeah. This is kind of cool in its own way. Not exactly the happiest vibes or energy, but like... This shows absolute dedication to your job. You are going to fish. Chalky coral. Nope, that's just Abner Coast. That's not what we need. That's not the runoff. Red meteor sky is cool. Wish we could turn it back on for aesthetics. I'm pretty sure you can by using New Game Plus and going back to a point where the red sky was on. Yeah, huge spoilers. One day we're gonna fix this. One day. For the sake of ease. Let's look up where this is. Let's see, this is around location 1022. So looking at the map, 1022, so further north. Okay. Was there an indicator on the map saying that was around here? No, there was not a pin. Maybe the quest text said something. Hold on. Switch it over to log. According to the books, Great Runoff. Nope. Does not actually tell you where the Great Runoff is. I guess the Great Runoff would be associated with the Great Work. So I guess you're supposed to know that going to the Great Work will let you know about the Great Runoff. But whatever. Whatever, we're here now. We're here now and we're making it work. I forgot to activate patience. Okay. This is not the correct location. Because it did not give me a new location pip inside of this. So I guess the Hafnarian coast is just anywhere on the coast. Maybe I have to be closer to the Great Work in order to get the Great Runoff. Let's be in the Great Work. Maybe that'll work. Yeah, yeah. You fan yourself. I'm gonna fish. We sit as they have a day. One. We're at the Great Runoff. That was not the fish we need, though. Nope, I don't like that weird lightning flash. That does not spark joy. Oh, I forgot to use the... Now, that's Duty's thing. Where's the Y button? There it is. So, Great Runoff. We caught a few of the fish that are here. None of the ones that we need, though. No. Yeah, I'm with all the fish that I'm going to catch. If I really wanted to get this done quickly, I would be using the shrimp balls. But I need experience so I can get the next quest, so catching a variety of fish is not bad. That and these things are nicer for my inventory. What's the best angle for watching fishing? First time catch was isn't bad. I agree. Okay, this is what we need. Identical cast. Try again. While we still have patience. Yeah. A tropical fish that emits low amounts of aether and travels as part of a school. I don't think this was good enough for the best reward, though. What? $313. $319. Okay, just. Okay. Good. We're doing it. We gotta build up a little bit of GP here. So I know it's a 2-bite fish. But Bolt, you could just drink your cordial and use your Thaliax favor right now. Why are you doing normal basic fishing? Isn't this less efficient? Well, I would like to be able to use identical cast again when I get another one of these fish. So what I want to do is I want to activate Patience or Patience 2, then drink that stuff. It's gameplay. Maybe not the most engaging gameplay, but it is a mind game. Let's see, I need a lot of... let's just try Patience 1. What is this? Okay, go over to the other side. Alright, Patience 1, Cordial, Favor, go. Two-bite fish, come on. That's what we're looking for. Ah! Oh, that hurts. Especially when I'm on the minimal timer of Patience 1. Okay, that'll give me another stack of Thaliak's favor. That'll be worth catching. No, it wasn't even big. It didn't give me a stack. Gosh darn it. Patience 1, what are you even doing? It's increased, but I guess it's not as increased as Patience 2. I'm not going to be able to identical cast this because the Patience buff will wear off. So 313 is our goal. That's big enough. Yeah, see, if I activate Patience 2, it kills the identical cast. But I have enough to use identical cast now anyway. We're gonna roll with this. 3 more! Gosh! I mean, I guess I could eat food. They gave me a crab cake. No, I need gathering rating, otherwise in order to not lose fish. That crab cake doesn't help me. That's not what we're here for. Not. I don't get it. I could use Surface Slap. I could use Surface Slap to make sure we don't get that. That's not what we need either. At least it was large. We're building up stacks of favor. Big. I'm not going to be able to identical cast this one either. Patience is running out. It's not what we need. What are these even for? Probably Rowena. Probably Rowena. Okay. Let's try this again. Patience 2. Cordial. Favor. Go. Either scripts or for descent for sand. Yeah, we could ethereal reduce them for loads of crystals and sand. Little bite. Okay, if this is another one of these Sarikui Rook. If it's another one of those, I'm slapping it. Okay, that's what we need. That's it. That's the identical. Go. Thank goodness for identical cast. Best ability we got in Shadowbringers. Power. Please keep the fish. Yes. Yes. And this would be where if the game let me, I would cast identical cast again, but I can't. Just curious, are there guns in this game? Yes. In fact, I have Machinist, and that would have been one of the things I did today if I did combat stuff. However, I'm doing non-combat stuff today. Let's see, the Garleans are famous for having their guns, as well as their Magitech. The Machinists of Ishgard are using guns. There's cannons that fire harpoons everywhere. I don't think there's a single society in this game that doesn't have cannons, actually. Maybe Gridania. Gridania doesn't have... Hold on. Patience wore off. I'm almost level 86 just from trying and failing to catch one fish. Let's see, there's also Gun Blade, and there's Gun Damage, which is Machinist that shoots a gun, and there's also Gun Healer, which is the Sage. They're not actually guns, they're like magical wands that you control with telekinesis and float around you. But some of them look like guns. They also shoot laser beams. And this right here is why I did not get this class to level 86 or 87 like the others. There we go. There we go. Our suffering continues elsewhere. Okay, let's see here. Ethereal reduction. Okay, it looks like I cannot reduce any of those fish. They're probably for Rowena. Oh, good. Because it'd be a bit disturbing to have someone walk up to you while you were injured and go, "Here, let me shoot you with painkiller bullets." Actually, hold on. This is Sage. This is my Sage Glamour right now. Hold on, let's show the hat. We have hats now. We can do this. So this is Sage. And these are my current Sage arms, which look like great big giant, like, tuning forks. They erect barriers. I can slam them on the ground to give everybody a barrier. I can just shoot lasers everywhere. It's really nice. I like Sage. Sage is one of my favorite healers. Sage and White... I know Sage is really bad for endgame content because it just cannot compete with Scholars. Like sheer versatility and usefulness. However, class fun. So... Alright, that's fine. Alright, moving on. I already said that. Wait, hold on. What did he say? Have you managed to reel in any Rasi? According to my references, they live in a relative abundance near the Great Runoff in favor of the taste of shrimp balls. Speaking of which, how do you plan to travel to that there? I suspect teleportation magics would be a most convenient way, if, sadly, one is not able to, one available to me. In either event, do take care. Okay, so, if I use the mouse, I could just... do that. Dear me! What an impressive specimen.
So allow me to collect data as complete as Professor Nell's from 2 decades ago. I can't wait to compare my findings. Well, I dare say I'd even more than enough samples now. Pray, wait for just a moment. I'm going to ask Professor Nell to take a look. The real problem right now is buff stacking, so Astro and Scholar are great because they're raid buffs. Yeah, meanwhile, Scholar and White Mage don't provide buffs that increase damage. They just do a little bit better damage themselves, but not enough to compensate for the buffs.
So every day you ask after me, Talaka. I trust that means that your research is coming along well.
Rather than that, I could have ever imagined. As a matter of fact, I was hoping they could hear your thoughts on my latest findings. Comparing my data with yours from 20 years ago, I can say my confidence that my concentration of Aether in the area did indeed show an increase around the time of the calamity. For these numbers, I would posit that the smaller fish species in the area have increased in abundance 7-fold. The Garjana Rasi in particular is known for protecting itself from predators by creating disturbance in surrounding Aether. A population increase such a scale would undoubtedly result in dramatic impact on its habitat. Which would go a long way to explaining the countless shipwrecks. The sheer number of these fish would surely play havoc with ship's Aether compasses.
Outstanding work, Talaka. Of course, more data would be needed to prove your assertions as fact. Should hold true, however, this could be a discovery of no small import. Come to think of it, I remember you showing considerable interest in my research into the seas around Thavner. What exactly was it that drew you to my work?
Oh, it's just, well, I always found the way the figure somewhat unnatural. Called a hunch, but I couldn't help but feel like it wanted further research.
Oh, now that's the true spirit of a scholar. Even as the most epoch-making of discoveries often start in an observation of a simple irregularity or curiosity. With intuition and power of observation, you're going to go places, Talaka. I knew my faith in you was not misplaced.
I am? You flatter me, Professor.
Oh, take care not to let it go to your head. Your potential will only be stifled if you allow yourself to be content with the minor progress and faint praise.
Of course, Professor. I'll redouble my efforts and work harder than ever to deliver results. And on that note, I'd best go to work summarizing on my findings and inclusion of my thesis. If I am able to identify the explicit correlation amongst the post-calamity changes in Aether concentration, that explosion of the fish population, and the increase in shipwrecks, it will go a long way towards proving my theory correct. Of course, I'll be needing more fish specimens before that can happen. Fair warning, I might have sent you even more hazardous locales, and yet I'm sure you're up to the challenge, yes? Of course. Splendid! I swear this is the most invigorated I've ever felt about my research. Now where to start?
I don't know. Plunkett is delighted with your efforts, and now considers you a formidable fisher. And we can continue to the next quest because we've leveled up enough during this course of this quest that we've been able to get enough experience to be able to be at the right point. Let's see. Sage has one of the best heals in Panheima, which is only matched by Macrocosmos on Astro. Yeah, those are really good. But, like, the reason I like Sage is because it's really, really comfy in the form of, like, I can get and use my pylons as they come, as opposed to Scholars where I have to wait for the cooldown to come up to get all three. Where sometimes I don't need all three, and sometimes I'm bleeding them off, and ugh. I also really like the movement ability. Like, yeah, group sprint is nice, but I would like personally being able to have a gap closer or a scoot. Which is why I like White Mage and Sage so much relative to Astrologian and Scholar. History lesson. Tlakatia has an unquenchable thirst for data. And I'll get carrot nibbles! Yeah!
Ah, hello again. I truly can't thank you enough. The sample you've provided me with allowed me to make incredible progress in my work. As it happens, I actually just decided on the next specimen I'd like to ask you to procure. You see, I've essentially completed the analysis of currents surrounding Thavner. I must say, it's been most enlightening. Next, I would ask you to travel to a place where we have no pre-existing data.
To which I mean to research the occurrence of Garlemald. Oh, you know, they're also currently suffering from a calamity. We've been unable to even set foot in the region until now, which means that getting data there should lead to truly revolutionary discovery. After all, we still have no idea how the water ether currents there are connected with those in other regions. Alas, lacking data from years past, it won't be such a simple task to identify the changes that have occurred over the decades. I do, however, have an idea of how we might get around that. The answer, my friend, is shellfish. Studying the growth lines within the shell should allow me to draw some conclusions about how the habitat has changed over the times. Neat! I can get fish. I can get shellfish. I'd also get coral if you want. After carefully perusing Professor Nell's tomes, I've come to the conclusion that Garlean clams would be particularly suitable as a research specimen. Do you think you'd be able to task of catching some for me? Let's see, I know that place like the back of my hand. Or clams, you say? Leave it to me. I'll say the first, because I've been all over Garlemald. Well, the capital, anyway. Wonderful! I'm quite confident the quality data from Garlemald is what will allow my thesis to truly take shape. Ah, yes. I also read that clams exist in abundance in the area around Camp Broken Glass. Didn't we just only recently name that place that? I guess they got that. Isn't that supposed to be classified military information? But I guess Charlene's best at getting information. Whatever. And that leeches are particularly effective at luring them up from the water's bottom. Pray forgive me for asking you to travel to such a perilous location. Please, do whatever you must to stay safe. Okay. Before I do that, let's see. The time is... We have a half hour until the boat comes up. But I do have some of these other fish in my bag, and I'd like to get rid of them. So we're going to take a quick visit over to the Hawker's Alley. Go to the appraiser. Do you take my fish? Only this one. So what are these? These aren't even on this list. Or this one. What are these? I don't know. You think maybe they're using a custom delivery? Those are custom delivery fish. Great! Great, what do I do with them? I guess I just keep them forever. Ugh. Ugh. I hate it. I hate it here. Margaret. Yeah, alright. We'll meet Margaret eventually. We'll meet Margaret eventually. Let's see. What class do we want experience with? Goldsmith. So, fun fact. If you're on a crafting class and you desynth 5 things in a week, even if it's not necessarily for a class that you're desynthing as, you complete a challenge log entry, which will give you experience as that crafting class. But only if you've unlocked only if you've unlocked your challenge log. I've run into some players that have been, like, max level and didn't know what the challenge log was. And that baffles me. I'm like, don't you get the challenge log before you even enter your first dungeon? They're like, no, I had no idea where it was. I had no idea this existed. I'm like, wow, you just missed out on, like, probably 1 million gil in the course of your journeys. Well. Garlemald. Broken glass. Expensive teleport. But we have Aetheryte tickets. Yeah, we have, a number. Margaret? Margaret? You forgot how to spell her name. It doesn't matter. Margaret isn't correcting me, and so I'm not bothered. It's kind of like how people might fight over how Zidane's name might be pronounced. It might be Zidane, or Zidane, or something else. I don't know. Alright, let's see. We need water. The closest water or cramped broken glass is... here. I can even swim in this if I really wanted to. Okay. On. Cordial. Fish. Sit. Right, we're going for clams. I probably need snagging on. Okay, there's only a few places to fish in Garlic Mold. I guess because most of the water's frozen. Looks like there's a variety of fish to catch. Nothing yet. This might not be the hole. Oh, come on. Yeah, Garlic Mold had it really rough. They're still having it rough. But they're working on it. They're not giving up, and so I'm not going to give up on catching these confounded clams. Maybe I should get those shrimp balls. That probably wasn't even the bait that was necessary. They'll probably sell it on a nearby vendor. If I don't get a shrimp by this catch, I'll go look at it. A shrimp big? Why would shrimp be big? Or clams. Yeah, clams aren't big. Okay. What's the quest say? Leeches. So first we used lice, and now we're going to use leeches. Okay, alright, fine. Apparently I never got the Chocobo key for this place. Gemstone Trader. Junkmonger. Do you sell leeches? Yes. Let's buy like 10 of them. Not 15 of them. Alright. Leech. Not as bloodthirsty as you might think. Live bait used for freshwater fishing. Not as bloodthirsty implies that they are still bloodthirsty. Alright, let's see how well these do. Nope. It's new, but it's not what we need. Dagnabbit. Like, I could upgrade my gear a little bit. But usually these, like, turn-in quests are a little bit easier than normal fish. Because I know that you're not going to be upgrading your gear at all while you're going through this. You're just going off of script gear. You are no longer receiving the experience bonus. I'll fix that after this runs out. Do I always start strong by fishing? What did I do for the facets? That's a clam. Do I not have glove? I don't have glove on. I don't have glove on. Okay, it's fine. I didn't have the glove on because I changed my class to Sage because I wanted... It's fine. It's fine. It's my own fault for not seeing that I didn't have the glove buff on. Because after all, if you don't have a glove, you don't get the love. Only Fisher is like this. Why can't you be normal, Fisher? Remember when we were back in Kurthus West and we needed to get ice picks and we couldn't find any? Now here I am in Garlemald catching ice pikes when I don't need any. Oh, how the snows fall. Let's see, what were the custom delivery people for this expansion? I think it was like Margaret, a guy in the Crystarium, and Mom. No, not that Mom. The twins' mom. I'd like to do at least 2 of those. I'd like to get 2 of those custom deliveries done. That's better phrasing. Good job, Bolt. That would be a terrible clip for someone to make. Please don't do that. Thank you. Pike. Last fish before patience runs out. Yeah, that's what fishing really is. Me running out of patience repeatedly. Keeps being big. I think this is my last, We're gonna need more leeches. We need more leeches. I don't want to buy too many. Let's go with 30 more leeches. It's getting expensive. Okay. So we use one of these. Lets me do this. Lets me drink that. Lets me fund all the rest of these. We caught one Garlean clam. I forgot collectability. It was small. A clam commonly found in Garlemald. Yeah. Commonly. Your results may vary. Gosh darn it! I finally got a small fish and it's not... I could just not catch the big fish. I think these Eblon trouts are used for something. A freshwater trout capable of surviving the freezing temperatures, and the likely more delicious for it. Oh yeah, because it'd be a fattier trout. Nothing uses that. Ooh! These ice picks can be cooked! Sure. Cerule Core. An orb of a creature with a penchant for ceruleum-laced water. Big. Catching a stream live? What is this? Hey, Song Gods! Welcome to a stream. Unfortunately, you're watching fish. Unfortunately, you're watching fishing. This was what was asked for, because I asked the first person that came into the stream, hey, which would you rather see today? Combat or... Combat or gathering? So we're getting fish. Yeah, the world is having problems right now, which is why the sky is red, and the weather is apocalypse. But this is a perfect time for me to get role quest done. If you have to gather, you have to gather. Yep, the world might be having a problem right now with comets and lightning flashes and a red sky. No, we're still fishing. Because a researcher in Charlie had said we need more fish. But they can't teleport. They get sick, horrendously sick when they teleport. And they need fish from across the world. So that's why we're hired to do this. Might be a strange overlay with IRL, but don't comment if you don't want to. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries. We'll get through it. Right now, my conundrum is I've caught one clam, but I forgot to have collector's glove on, and so... I need to catch 6 clams. When I began this journey, I was level 83. I need to be level 90 when I finish this journey, and I'm level 87 now, doing level 85 quest. You lose your bait. Did it bite? I must have missed it. Does collector's glove help you get clams? No! Not at all! I caught the wrong kind of clam. I needed a collectible clam. And I know clams aren't big bites. However, I'm also building up stats of angler's art, and I am getting experience just for catching fish. Alright, so to get a more collectible fish, I need to buff myself with Patience 2. Patience 2 is very expensive on GP. So I'm drinking cordials, which are on a cooldown, And I'm building up stacks of... I didn't catch the fish! Why, bot? Why did you fail to catch the fish? Okay, so let's use some stacks, get enough to cast patience, then drink a cordial to get enough to be able to do that. Okay. Alright, the other trick I have is, once I actually catch a fish, or a clam, I can use Identical Cast to get another. So I only need to fish for 3 clams. But I keep on getting that thing. I got distracted looking at Chewie, so I did not catch the fish. The fish won. A travesty. We can't let the fish win. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use Surface Slap. By using Surface Slap, I will no longer get that particular 1-point fish. 1 exclamation point fish. So now, I simply need to not catch any 2-point fish. Okay, the next fish was that. Okay, we got a clam! Identical Cast! Okay, how good of clams do we need? 184. Okay, so we're catching clams that are 188 and 185. We're just barely meeting it. Okay, okay. I don't have enough GP to use Identical Cast, but we're still running on a patience timer right now, so... we try. Oh, that's the wrong hook set. I caught it anyway. Sometimes you roll a 100. It's fine. Come on, clam. Yes! Okay, I can't Identical Cast it. Okay, so... sometimes the fish grow wary if you spend too long fishing at the same spot, so I'm gonna move to the other side of the pond. Usually you have to be fishing in the same spot for like an hour for that to happen, but I'm a little bit worried about it. How are we doing on bait? We still have 18 leeches. Apparently clams like leeches, so that's fine. Alright, I have 10 stacks of Angler's Art. I can use 3 of them in order to give myself some extra GP. Okay, so let's use the cordial, cast patience, and then like eat all of our favor. Okay, alright, we just need 3 more clams. We got 3 clams in a very short span of time. I'm energized. We're back in it. Tiny fish, yes! It's okay, your commentary is always roll offended. Oh, thank you. Clam! Fish! Congratulations, we've caught 6 clams. We still need another because I forgot to make this one collectible. They all look like they are also at least the minimum collectability for the best reward. Oh. No. No, not what we need. I may have bought too many leashes. Or maybe I bought just enough. That's too big. We're catching it anyway. I would like more stacks of art. Never mind, we're not catching it at all. I might hit level 88 just from the next fish. If it's new. Let's see. Nope, we got all the fish that we were able to find in this hole. One more clam. That's big, so that won't be it. I'm not mooching that. I think mooching those is necessary to get one of the legendary fish. Unfortunately, I don't have the Book of Ichthyological Folklore. So I couldn't try to get the fish even if I tried. And also, those need really good gear, which I do not have. Because I'm not level 90. Or higher. Okay, the angler art buff wore off. Move to a different corner of the lake. The cordial cooldown came back up. Also, what do you guys think? Right now, my Viera redeem... Oh, hold on. The last climb. Okay, right now my Viera ears redeem makes it so that my hat goes away. Right now I've done a slight tinker and just put the Viera ears on the thing. To celebrate the fact that Viera can now wear hats and have their ears go through the hat. Do I change my redeem to now just have the hat? Or do you guys still want me to remove the hat in respect to the fact that we could not wear them for so many years? Now, let's curious. Have you any interest in playing any of the other Ogre battle games in the future? As you will be playing Final Fantasy Tactics game coming out soon. Okay, so I looked at the version of the Tactics Ogre game that is on Steam. All of the reviews say this one is bad. Let Us Cling Together was better. However, the version that's on Steam is the one that's most easily accessible. So... either I get that version and then I mod it to make it more like Let Us Cling Together, which I don't know if such mods even exist. Or, I don't know, it's a situation. It's a situation. As we all know, I don't enjoy being put in situations. So I'm glad that we're back to a part of the world that's not suffering from a calamity right now. Or an apocalypse, or whatever we called it. Slightly less anxiety. There's also a boat coming up in 6 minutes. Am I worried about experience? A little bit. No, we're not gonna... Should we do the boat? Hey, look, finding those clams. As I mentioned, you should be able to find them in abundance right around the Camp Broken Glass. And don't forget to bring a healthy supply of leashes. I've heard that Golemwold continues to be a most volatile and perilous place. I admire your courage, friend. If it were not for my aether sickness, I doubt I could work up the nerve to go there myself. You know what? Let's go to the fishing boat. Let's go to the boat. I'll turn to clams when I get back. Yeah, worry about the discussion too much with what is better for you personally. You trade like quality of life for removals of a class of what you understand. Boat is almost always up. Boat is almost always doing. Yes. Always worth doing. Even if I don't need the experience now, I will need the experience for whatever the next expansion's fishing is. So I should go to the boat. Oh right, I can also potentially do the one that's in the One River. I can do the one that's in Eorzea now. So we just have to wait here for 5 minutes? What's the max level in 14? 100 right now. In another year or so, we're probably going to go up to 110. So let's see, it was level 50 in A Realm Reborn, level 60 in Heaven's Word, level 70 in Stormblood, level 80 in Shadowbringers, level 90 in Endwalker, and now it's 100 in Dawntrail. So next expansion will probably be 110. Presuming Bolt is past for the 40 hours until the game gets to the good part. Yeah. A Realm Reborn was not the good part. And some people would say that Heaven's Word is still not the good part, even though I enjoyed it. And that Stormblood was also not the good part. No, you had to get the Shadowbringers and Endwalker for the good part. And some people like Dawntrail, but it's kind of divisive. The community seems real split on it. You know, then again, there was no way it was going to top Shadowbringers and Endwalker. No way. They said they didn't want to raise the level cap again, but find another way to do character progression. That would be nice. I mean, it could do something like Eureka. They could do something like Boja. They could do something like the Occult Crescent. They all have their own, like, sideways leveling progression systems. Like Palace of the Dead and, like, all the deep dungeons have their own side progression systems that are not intrinsically tied to character level. That way your progression and expansion would be relative to, like, that expansion. That way, like, if they raise the level cap, but, like, it doesn't affect the overarching story, we can experience the story of a region and not have to worry about missing that particular expansion or whatever. That way you can go into another, like... That's also kind of similar to what WoW did eventually. No, WoW was weird. WoW's timeline is all messed up, but then again, they have dragons that are all about time travel, so it's weird. I think the way that WoW currently does it is, if you're not max level, you do one expansion. And then you'll be like 10 levels under the current expansion. Then you do the current expansion, and then you're good. I think that's how it currently works. Meanwhile, 14 is like, no, this is a mainline Final Fantasy game that has no additional attachments or letters or anything other than number. This is Final Fantasy 14. Play every expansion. Which is why the game is slowly becoming more and more single-playerable. Slowly. More or less, yeah, that's what WoW is doing these days. Stairs are... yeah, WoW is also doing pretty good for itself. It's, the housing update looks great. It looks tremendous. I kind of like the way the neighborhood system sounds. And I like that they have the ability to have multiple doors and entries to your home. Meanwhile, the housing system in this game is going to be getting an update soon that lets us change the inside of our house's size to make our TARDIS home. So that's fun. Alright, Alright, this is important. Right. Okay, I have to use the chat cover for ocean fishing. I need to be able to see what people are doing. I clear the chat log right now because there was advertisements there. I changed my fish over to... Yes! Okay. Go! I would like to register to board for the One River. I would like to see the new one, please. Less people can queue for it, but I would like to see the new one. And while we wait... Hi, Biscuit. You're up and active. Would you like to make noises for the camera? Are you a good boy? Alright, those are noises of anxiety. You were making happy noises just a second ago. Oh, God. He licked my nose. That's good. Yeah. Good boy.
Good boy. Those are better noises. Good boy. Good boy.
Ah, yes, dog sounds. I love dog sounds.
Stick.
Hi there, Spoop. It's good for Spoop to drop in with a stick. You know, a fishing rod is something of a stick. And that also connects to the WoW thing, because if you try to fish without a fishing rod equipped in WoW, you pull out a stick. I haven't seen much of WoW since the Blizzard scandal. I had a family member play it for years, but quit after that drama. Yeah, that was me too. And then I played it again for a little bit, which is on the YouTube channel. I played it again for a little bit because someone gifted me time. And I'm like, well, I'll make do with this what I can. And I stopped playing when I ran out of time. It looks like another boat boarded. You telling me if I would give you stuff, do you use it? Tempting. No. No, that's not guaranteed to work. No, that's not guaranteed to work. And that's also part of why I have Throne set up the way it is. So, okay. Throne is something that you can make suggestions of things that you maybe want to get me on it. But mostly, I have to approve every single thing that is on that list for other people to get for me. Which got cleaned out within the last 2 months, and I don't feel comfortable putting more things up there right now. I could, but, like, it's... I feel like I gotta do some more stuff before I earn the ability for you guys to potentially give me more stuff. Okay? Like, this is the way that my brain works. Like, I know that some of you guys are just really caring, and you like the fact that I make any content at all. You like my voice, you like my thoughts. Like, cool, thank you. I'm glad that you're there for that. You don't have to pay for it. But, like, some people feel like they want to support me anyway. They want to get me nice things. They want to make sure that I'm nice and happy and have nice things. And like, that's very nice and kind of you. Thank you. But it's just, like, it's never... I know some people, like... Bolt, let us give you money, dang it. Sure, man, play some more RPGs so we can get good content? Yeah, that's the thing. I haven't... Like, prior to whatever I've uploaded from streaming the last 2 weeks, I have not uploaded anything for, like, a month and a half. Like, things are going on in my life that prevent me from making regular content the way that I'd like to. And until I get to a more stable situation, I don't feel comfortable taking anything more from you guys. Okay? It's complicated, right? I was watching my Blossom Tales playthrough when I was not uploading. Good watch. Oh, okay, I'm glad you were able to get caught up on some of the backlog. Blossom Tales is a wonderful game. It exists as... Like, if Nintendo isn't going to be making top-down Zelda games, and nobody else is making top-down Zelda games, at least that development team is making something that scratches that itch of a nice top-down Zelda game. You normally take a few weeks going through the playthrough, so it works for you. Yeah! Was I the most efficient or best player at that particular game? No. Did I have fun doing it, though? Yes. With the exception of, like, the 2 frustrating puzzles that every game has. But, like, that's normal. How many people is it forming? When will it just let the boat go with less people? Probably 10 minutes. I think that's what it does for Deliverum Origine. Let's see. You don't want me to feel like I'm demanding me to take money. Mostly just memeing. You like throwing your Prime sub and add to spending cash you do throw or gift subs too. Yeah, no worries. No worries. It's just, some people get really adamant about it. Like, and there's also other streamers and other, like, content creators who, like, this is their job. They do this for a living. Like, they have to make those uploads, and they depend on that kind of support from their communities. Which is usually why they have such a massive community that's able to support them. Which is great. Which allows them to continue making quality content every single day, or, like, every single month, like, however often they get it. But that's not me. That's not me. Like, even if you guys, like, were insistent that I take, like, oh, like, I don't even know, like a, I don't know, I think of myself as a Q-list streamer. What if I was, like, a K-list streamer? Like, even that amount of money. Even that amount of, like, funding and support and everything like that. I don't know. I don't know. I definitely feel like I need to make more stuff to be worthy of that level of support. Today's stream is brought to you by the letter Q. Someone asked what I was doing right now, and I said I'm like a Q-list streamer. Like, they knew immediately what that meant. Yeah, I'm not an A-lister or a B-lister. No. I'm way down the list. I'm a Q-lister. Like, people gotta go through... People gotta search a little bit to be able to find me.
In the oven.
Ooh.
He found a carrot, tomato,
Ooh.
and carrot sandwich.
Double carrot tomato sandwich. Okay, hold on. So, one of the best things for money in the game right now. Where are they? I was just given some. Where are they? I don't see them. Yes, carrot nibbles. Ribbons of thinly sliced carrots of happiness, dressed with vinegar, made from a healthy and blissfully refreshing dish. Or they make for it, rather. This thing is amazing! It's one of the best things in the game for money! Obviously, I'm a B streamer. B is for both. Thank you. I don't know what even the different categories mean. Regardless of how you view yourself, you still love watching myself. Well, thank you. Spent most of my bolts on that. Needed to catch more live stuff to grind them back. What would really help you get more bolts to be able to, like, spend on these kinds of things is if I raided other people. If you are here, when I raid someone else, it gives you, like, 250 bolts. It gives you, like, a good amount. And that's why I kind of feel bad that I almost never raid anybody. But the last 3 times I've raided somebody, it's been, not the best. I love the people that I watch. Sometimes they're streaming a game that I don't want a spoiler for that I'd like to be able to play for myself, and sometimes they're in the middle of a discussion when we join in, and that discussion is, oh my, oh no, oh my, what did I just throw my viewers into? Oh no, oh my, oh goodness, oh geez. You made a few 100,000 just by selling the carrots. Yeah, like, okay. So, when it comes to leave quests in this game, you get 6 of these allowances every single day. I'm pointing at them. You can't see me pointing at them, but I'm pointing at them. You get 6 of these allowances every single, like, actual day. So, over the course of 2 weeks, you will cap on allowances. If you can turn in a high-quality leave, you get double the gil that they would pay you. And you always want to turn in a leave that has an item that stacks and is fairly easy to make. That also gives a fair amount of payout. So, running the numbers, doing all this, like, running all that... 2 expansions ago, the best item was coffee biscuits. Because it was a triple leave. So you could turn in 9 of them for a single leave. So you could turn in, every 2 weeks, 900 coffee biscuits. And you could make somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 million gil. every 2 weeks. It was really, really good. However, the Final Fantasy team looked at that and they nerfed it. So now Coffee Biscuits only makes you like 600,000 gil for 900. It's not worth doing. So they never are going to do a triple leave again. Never ever. Those are gone. Those are off the table. No more of that. And they're monitoring the amount of gil that you can make from leaves. So last expansion, the leaves cap off somewhere around making 5,000 gil. So if you turn in a plate of carrots, of high quality carrots, you get 10,000 gil. So your 100th leaves can become 1 million gil. So you can make 1 million gil for making 300 carrots every 2 weeks. Which, like, that's good. That's really easy. Like, I can make carrots. I mean, let's look at that recipe again one more time. Carrots of happiness. Gather them on the moon. Cucumbers. Gather them in Garlemald. Night vinegar. Processed from royal grapes. Gather in Raktika Greatwood. And Cyclops onions. Those are a hidden gather that's just outside Tailfeather. If you're a botanist, you know what these are because you had to do a quest for them. All these are botany. There's not a lot of them, and it requires only one microcraft. Like, overall, this is a pretty easy thing to turn in leaves for. And it's food, so it stacks. You can get up to 999 plates of carrots in one stack. So you can get 6 weeks worth just sitting in your inventory ready to turn in. I don't know if we're gonna get on this boat. Math. Of course he's selling carrots. Of course, I'm a buddy. But here's the thing. Some alchemist potions do a little bit better, but they require you to get like a mob kill part. I think it's like a, I don't know, it's like a lunar tender blossom or something. I don't know. But mob kill parts are harder to farm because the best way to get them is to do fates and get bicolor gemstones and no, I'd rather not. Cupus flesh, tender blossoms, yeah, no. Like, theoretically, that makes a little bit more gil, but the difficulty of getting the parts is more difficult, and so I don't enjoy that. I would rather just go with botany, one source of materials, and that's it. I would be okay if it was like botany and mining too, like that'd be fine, but if it's just botany, then fine, whatever. But here's another thing. In all of the Dawn Trail leaves, they diversified the amount of items necessary to make pretty much any item that was needed for a leave. And the amount of gil that you earn from the leave only went up by a tiny little bit. As a result, the best leave for gil in regards to the effort it takes to make the item is still carrots. It's still carrot nibbles. You've been buddy selling vegetable soup for a while, since it's just a bunch of veggies with salt. Hold on, let's take a look at that. Is that a... I don't see specifically vegetable soup. I'm sure there is an item called vegetable soup. But it probably requires like a master tome that I don't have. Like, this is egg and cheese and stuff. This requires... It is 100. Don't remember if it's a book one. Okay. Oh, the boat finally popped. How long was that? 15 minutes? Wow. This scene cannot be skipped. Hopefully someone shouts what kind of bait we need. Everyone has great beach clams, and then there's me with just gathering gear. I feel a little overdressed. I don't know what bait I need. No one say anything. Shrimp or shellfish, ocean fishing. Okay, that bait is not suitable for this location. Let's use ragworm. Krill or worm? Alright, I'm gonna try ragworm. Plumpworm. Let's try the plumpworm. There are two worm shores. Yeah, it's like plump, rag, and krill. Well, somebody leveled up. Congrats. Dolphins. Next time I catch a fish, I'll have to release one then. Where's the release button? There it is. Throw it back. I don't think we're getting the dolphin buff. I don't think enough people released. Yeah, plenty of people are leveled up. It looks like almost nobody wanted for this. I don't know where I am. I know these things appear on your fishing log. I'm not sure where. I can't identical cast that. Release! I think plump was what was correct for this. Thank you, Zolkova. Yes! I don't know if I'm going to be able to get all the ferocious bites I need for here. No, probably not. Not with fishing RNG. Especially if I couldn't identical cast it. Marine Matonga. Proof that anything looks friendlier when it has the Matonga features. Even sharks. Ooh. We also have the pink shrimp. The prettiest pinkish shrimp you ever did see, unless you've laid eyes on its vivid pink cloudkin. Kugane is the other worm, and it has the Endwalker krill. Like, 85% confident in that. Oh! Oh, nice! We have a gay ocean! Something, all the fish in the sea! The ocean says, trans rights. Absolutely. Everyone benefits. Human rights should include everyone. And all the fish in the sea. Yeah, this right here is why I think the ocean fishing is so good. Like, we're just rapidly catching fish after fish after fish after fish. And they're scaled. Well, I mean, most fish are. And they're scaled up to my experience level. I don't have time to eat one of those books for a bonus right now. Sunken coelacanth. A long-lived fish that makes its home in the deepest recesses of the ocean. A broadhead. A squid whose head and mind are both as sharp as an arrow. It puts little thought into its diet, however. And will eat anything that it can sink its barbed beak into. We also have a mermaid scale. These rainbow-colored mollusks are believed to come from mermaids. Alas, not one has ever been sighted, suggesting that they have a desire. They have no desire to explore up where we walk, up where we run, up where we stay all day in the sun. Great! Thank you, Koji Fox! It would have been nice if we got the dolphin buff with that too. Let me catch one more fish. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, then we move and we go to the other side of the thing. Let's eat another paper. I said let's eat another paper. Eat some raisins. Alright, we got buffs. Weigh anchor, shove off. Was that a Little Mermaid reference? Yes! I think the fishing boat makes people randomly do emotes that they have unlocked, which is why we're seeing random dances and such. Goodness sake, I wish that we could slash does on the ground without a bed, without tools and magic. Oh yeah, that's another thing I can discuss. Okay, so you said that this one was Krill? No, you said this was Ragworth. Okay. Oh, I should have mooched. Oh well. I'll do it if I get another prawn. Dolphins! I need to release the next fish I find. Come on! Oh, it's big! They'll love it! Give them what they want, come on! Throw it back! Okay, let's change the release list. Okay. I like seeing all the Hrothgar around. I guess Hrothgar really like gathering on Excalibur. Like the Hrothgar lady, the Hrothgar guy, they're all wearing hats. Ah, what a time we live in, where Viera and Hrothgar could be side by side, wearing hats. We love our big buff cat people. And our lithe bunny people. Everything's great. That person just lost all their buffs at once. I'm about to catch something big, aren't I? Well, not that big. We'll double hook it anyway. Oh, we got 3 of them. Nice. I lose my bait. I didn't see the explanation point. I was distracted by people and buffs and numbers. Woe betide me. Ah, well, I'm not doing this to maximize my gains or profit as much as the other fishers. Like, come on! If you fish better, I fish better! Make my numbers big! No, I'm not here for that. I'm here for easy experience. See, sometimes the other voices in my head manifest inside the other people around me. Oh, I did it again! I ruined the ability to mooch. Prawn 2? There we go. Let's mooch that. What am I gonna get from it? I don't know. A biggin! Good stuff. Silent shark. A species of shark that is silent but deadly. In the literal sense, children. In the literal sense. Oh, this game makes me giggle. Alright, level 89. I still have to do, like... Wait, starfishing? I mean, I guess we can go to the moon. Yes! Big! Ah! Probably because we only had a minute left. Everyone is leveling up on this boat. The experience is flowing. Yeah, after fishing in the terrible place that is Thavner and Garlemald, with everything that they have going on there right now, this boat was good. I'm really glad that I got my rod out there the second before he said that we need to pull our rods up. Okay, so I think you said that krill was for the last area. Unable to change bait at this time. Okay, fine, game. Do as you will, then. Oh, that's a good pose. Well done. I clap for you, too. The deck is a little bit bare, but we're doing our best. And now we're outside of Duma! And we're getting the company workshop music, the gathering leaf music. Okay, Krill. I said Krill. Krill, okay. Chum. Going purely off of what Silkova said. I do not have this memorized. I'm not looking at a guide. I'm not doing any of that. Usually I go onto a boat and I'm just like, okay. Okay, I'll just, I'll do what somebody yells on the boat. Extremely lazy fishing. I'm not one of those people who goes after the big fish. Some of those are crazy. I don't know if I'm going to be getting my other two objectives here. I'm close on them, but, like, if there's no... I should have used identical cast on that. I should use identical cast on this. If it'll let me. It won't. Oh, come on, game, please. I only need one more of both. Why am I catching a Garlean bluegill here? This invasive wavekin may appear harmless at first glance. The Angians will stop at nothing to hunt these tiny blue terrors down. Okay, so they're invasive species. Dolphin! The third time we're seeing dolphins! Let me catch a fish so I can feed you! Ah! I did not help with dolphins, and as a result we got no dolphins. Dolphins gone. All my dolphins gone. Okay, the soft shell doesn't count as a shrimp or shellfish. The world may be hard and cold, but this turtle shell is soft and questionably warm. Game! Princess Salmon. Not deigning to leave her domain, the Princess Salmon always remains in the waters of the One River. I'm fairly certain you guys aren't hearing that. However, behind me, Biscuit is scratching his back on the floor and making tiny little whines. He's doing the thing where, like, the dog is laying down and just, like, flailing left and right. It's really good. It's really good. Maybe he's still a little bit itchy, or maybe he doesn't like that flea and tick medication. Maybe he's smearing it around or something, I don't know. It's had time to sit. He didn't do that immediately. So I think we're good. Alright, yeah, I don't think I'm going to be getting the ferocious bites I need. And definitely not the shrimp or shellfish. No longer receiving the experience bonus. I've eaten another entire paper, but I don't think I need it now. I think with the bonus experience I'm going to get at the end of this, I'm definitely going to be level 90 by the end of this. I did not need to worry about fishing experience at all. Not in the least. But it's not like I go on the boat every stream. It's nice to be able to catch new fresh fish and read new fresh descriptions every now and again. Catching carp. If it knew where to find a pitching carp. Oh, that would be a good friend for it. Bocad carp. Beautifully patterned and vibrantly hued. This freshwater fish has long been farmed with the One River for ornamental purpose. Telegraph. When told the tale of the fish's creation, the Doman boy is said to have attempted to create more fish with inky scales. It did not end well for the carp in his father's prized pond. Oh, I see. Spectral Katsuzatsu. This bone-like tongue of this spectral wavekin are surprisingly sturdy despite this crystalline appearance. They're often used as highly skilled artisans to craft priceless accessories. Ooh. Yangzhen Sturgeon. A large freshwater fish whose eggs are considered so delicious it gave rise to the saying, hose before roe. A reminder that work precedes pleasure. Good job, Dobins. And we're done. Well, I got all my big fish. I got 2 of my objectives. I almost got the 3rd one. That would have been massive points. Well done, everyone. That's all the fishing we're doing today. Now's the time to measure your catch. Actually, let's get rid of the chat log for now. There we go. Sorry if the lighting was kind of bad. At least we got one gay ocean. My score was kind of bad. Oh well, I still got paid in purple scripts. Got paid in purple scripts. Didn't quite hit level 90. That's fine. And now we have all these fish. We could try to desynth them all, but like we have so many fish that I'm just gonna... Okay, what do we want to keep? Printable on small canvases. Do you want coelacanth? Large canvases. This can go in aquarium. We're keeping this. We'll get rid of everything else. I don't care about the canvases that much. I'll just buy more bait if I ever go ocean fishing again. We're probably not going ocean fishing again this. I'll keep that sturgeon. No, I'll get rid of the sturgeon. It was funny, but it's not that funny. I'm keeping this, though. The Katsuzatsu has to look cool inside of an aquarium. Probably. Probably. You know what? Let's buy an aquarium. We're doing this right now. We're doing this before I forget. Alright. This requires a tier 3 or higher aquarium. I'm on Excalibur. The markets here should be good because this is a crafter-rich environment. So we need a tier 3 or higher aquarium. Let's see. That's 2K. That's 70K. That's 90K. There are... I need to wait. That's 100K. Okay, we're going to get the tier 3 metal aquarium. It's cheap. You know me. I like cheap. I have a house. Somewhere. My house is back on my home server. Okay. Later. Later. I'll have to remember by the end of the stream. I probably won't remember. Okay, now we can finally turn in these clams that we got forever ago. People are gonna look at the VOD of this and be like, wow, he spent a long time fishing. I usually do. That's how this goes. The number of times I got, oh, that's in my retainer's inventory, and then not being able to get an item because you were raiding on a different server. Yeah, that's why kind of why I like not visiting other servers that much. I know some people don't like cross-world parties because like it removes your ability to track other people, but like if you're on the same data center, a cross-world party should be fine, right? Like that way I can stay home and decorate, and you can stay home and decorate, and it's fine. Alright, we already read this about the clams. Okay. Deliver.
You've done it! What a remarkable sample it is. My colleagues will be burning with envy when they hear that I've obtained a specimen from Garlemald. How can I even begin to express my gratitude?
Hi, who are you? Oh, you might be wondering who this is. Yes, I just said that out loud. My research has been progressing so well of late that I have brought on a few of my students to serve as assistants and help me analyze all this data.
Hi.
Ciao.
At any rate, I cannot thank you enough for braving such hostile environments for the sake of my life's work. Not only in the field has a chance to obtain substantial data in Garlemald until now. No one in my field has such a chance, rather. It would be no understatement to say that your contribution is historic. Needless to say, this was even more pressure to me to deliver about my thesis. Oh dear, my stomach's starting to feel queasy just thinking about it.
Can you please keep it down?
Oh, Talker, would you believe that you are talking to Studium? Even the senior faculty could scarcely wait to hear what you were able to glean about the Aether Currents in Garlemald.
Ah, Professor.
Yes, it's all thanks to Bont here. Without his aid, I could never have procured the most valuable specimen. Indeed. Truly, I have not seen a partnership between scholar and gleaner bear such fruit so swiftly in a very long time.
It ain't nothing.
Oh, that's right. Speaking of gleaning, I meant to tell you about everything I learned from the clams you brought.
Yeah, what have you gleaned?
I'm pleased to report that in analyzing Gallian clams appears to have been the right call. Examining the growth lines, I was able to find specimens as old as 97 years, giving me almost a full century of data to analyze. By far the most interesting thing I've noticed so far is the reverse correlation between the aether levels near Thavnair and those in Garlemald. As I say, over periods of time where aether concentration was high near Thavnair, it was low in Garlemald. The reverse was also true. I see. A bit of evidence would seem to corroborate with your hypothesis of the planet's aether currents moving in tandem with each other. Should you manage to collect data from more regions still, I suspect you may very well be able to accurately predict changes in fish population across the world. That could have the remarkable implications for the future of fishing trade.
I was thinking the very same, Professor.
Nothing would give me greater joy than if my research would be able to bring about a tangible improvement in people's lives. Before meeting you, I never dreamed I would make it this far, but now I feel more confident than ever that I will be able to prove my hypothesis one day. Why, I can almost see my completed thesis in my mind's eye, but I can't afford to get too complacent just yet. The most important work remains to be done.
And I'll be there for it, as long as you're paying.
I'm pleased to see all is progressing well, and yet do not be surprised if there comes a time when Talaka's resolve as a researcher is tested. A time when he is forced to consider that it truly drives him to engage in his work. Such times come to all scholars, no matter how naturally gifted they may be.
Oh, what? Are you talking from personal experience?
Should Tlaka find himself at an impasse, can I trust you to lend him your support when he needs it most? I would mean the world to him, and to me.
Yeah, sure. Sure. I think there we got the carrots. Togati is overjoyed with your efforts. He now considers you a seasoned fisher. A new quest is required to advance this plot beyond gathering fish. The Wandering Whale. Tlaka will stop at nothing to complete his research, and will begin Yakao Musaka.
Thanks to your most selfless contributions, I draw closer and closer to proving my hypothesis correct. Other gleaners have also been helping me by continuing to find specimens for me in calmer waters. But I would rather get the data from further and further afield, which is, of course, where you come in.
Alright, what you got for me, Chief? I like your matching outfits. Can I have one?
Professor?
Bracy, it's not like you to get so excited. Whatever's the matter? But you haven't introduced you two yet. This is Bracy, one of my new research assistants. She's been a great help in analyzing the data we've collected.
I appreciate your voice of confidence, but there's no time for pleasantries. A whale has somehow wandered its way into Scholar's Harbor. The Harbor Master has requested that you come and assess the situation with all haste.
Oh dear! I suppose we'd best hurry then.
A whale?
My apologies, but it seems our work will have to wait until a bit longer. In the meantime, either of you accompany me to the harbor? Your insight into the situation might prove most valuable.
Sure, I'll look at a whale. I don't know if I have a net big enough for it, but we'll see. I don't know if my fishing rod... No, I pulled up whales before. Not big ones. So where's this whale? Whales are usually really, really big, so I should be able to see it from here, yeah? Is it out there? Oh, there's a crowd. Oh, there's a crowd.
I believe it was somewhere around here. Look, everyone's so concerned. It's not every day that a massive whale finds its way into the harbor.
Oh, there it is. Oh, it's a baby.
Huh. That's a breed that causes the northern seas home. It's not especially rare to see them off the coast, but I've never heard of one coming so close to land as this.
It's most strange. It doesn't appear to be wounded, and it doesn't have any of the notable storms of late. Whatever might have caused it to veer so far off its normal course.
What indeed? At any rate, we need to move if it's to one of our faculties and ensure it's kept safe while we tend to its wounds and study it more. I suppose we should check its aether levels as well. Ready a team for me, Bracy?
Of course, Professor.
This may be quite the undertaking. My apologies, but our project will have to wait for a while longer. Let's reconvene back at the Searchers' Meet and discuss the matter further.
Alright. So, for unknown reasons, a whale suddenly just swims in the harbor. It's really confusing for everyone involved. Why would a whale that's never come near this port before suddenly move into this port? What could have possibly happened anywhere else in the world that could cause this event? Maybe it's something about the apocalypse currently going on. Maybe. Just a guess. Oh, I wait here. Okay.
Oh, hello there. I'm so very sorry for keeping you waiting. We just finished feeding the creature's ailments, and tending to their ailments, and doing some preliminary analysis. Please don't feed their ailments. Oh, I just misspoke.
As we suspected, the whale hadn't sustained any major injuries. However, it does seem to be suffering severe aether sickness, and is highly disoriented as a result. Needless to say, I can sympathize.
The creature's aether levels were also cause for concern, which would explain why it wound up so far from its usual habitat. That said, we're still none the wiser as to what caused all this.
How hello is it, Talaka? Oh, and Bont. What a pleasant surprise. I heard all about your predicament in the Wayward Whale.
Master Kit! To what do I owe the pleasure?
I was simply hoping to pick your brains about something that happened that was related to your line of work. Around the same time as your larger-than-life friend wandered into the harbor, a veritable legion of fish washed ashore on Yildamad, near the experimental aetherite.
That sounds too similar to be a mere coincidence. Curious behavior by aquatic life has been known to portend to natural disasters. Yes, it strikes me as very much related to my studies. That said, nothing I've gleaned so far suggests that aether currents can change so drastically as to inflict nearby creatures with aether sickness. All I have observed suggests that the currents of the planet follow a simple and regular rhythm, not unlike the tides. Indeed, the entirety of my research up until now has been focused on proving this point. There has been a sudden disturbance in the underwater aether currents that will take some time to determine this cause. I also need to attend to the whale. Oh, no, I have time to return to my thesis.
As for the whale, the Studium has already announced that it will be dispatching a vessel to research the air currents in the seas near the Charland. It won't benefit any of us if such instances continue to occur, after all. If we wish to investigate the link between the two events, then Master Kit suggested, then perhaps we should pay a visit to Thabnair? That's too suggestion. You could recruit the help of one of our colleagues over there, or wait a minute, I believe you have the perfect man for a job right here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll go with Thabnair. I'll even use your weird slingshot again.
As generous and dependable as ever. Yes, I do need to be up to task.
Oh, I would accompany Bont.
You would? When was the last time you ventured outside the Studium's grounds?
That's not important. Bont has risked his life and limb to help me with my research. I can't just keep leaving all the hard work to him.
But Professor, going to Thabnair means you'd have to travel via the aetherite or by ship. Not that you'd handle that any better.
You don't have to tell me that. Still, time is of the essence. Besides, I'll never be truly respectable as a researcher if I don't go out and get my hands dirty from time to time. I have let my fears rule me for far too long. Today is the day I conquer them.
Well, it's clear you're not going to change your mind. At least try not to cause Bont too much trouble.
Now that you mention it, I hadn't consulted you on the matter. But do you mind if I join you this time?
Not at all.
Fantastic. In that case, I shall see you in Yildamad.
Alright, guess I'm going back to Thabnair. Yeah, what can you do? He's determined. I get a little bit turned around. My character turned around in the cutscene, but I was still facing forward because I clicked on a thing to... Ah, well. Back over here. How's my drink doing? I have been hydrating, it's just... Well, Lady Kit, what did you think by having me go to Thabnair? Of course I'm going to use this. Alright, he made it. Bored Alchemist.
I found this fellow rolling around in his own vomit a short while ago. Not a pretty sight, I can assure you. I'm not sure I've ever seen someone suffer from such severe aether sickness.
Oh no. Yeah, you should have stayed home.
Bont! Is that you?
Ah, you know this fellow. Poor man was so ill I thought he might die. I'd not have believed anyone could suffer from such severe aether sickness if I hadn't seen it myself.
You knew this would happen.
Be glad you weren't here to see it immediately after I arrived. It
was even less pretty a sight when he witnessed the Aetherite Plaza back at Charlene.
And here's the thumbnail. And I think I crashed the game. Oh, there it is.
And don't even get me started on the most ghastly visions I saw. Countless replicas of myself dancing and singing and spinning. Oh, the spinning! Please make it stop! Ugh.
I suggest you lie down for a while still, friend. It wasn't so long ago that you were convulsing on the ground, spitting up some ghastly bile.
You're all right, my friend. My apologies for making you worry, sir. I'm truly sorry about this, Bond. Might you be so kind as to ask around while I rest here a bit more?
Yeah, you can count on me. I'm an adventurer. I'm used to talking to people.
Don't you worry. Your friend will be safe with me. I know not what business you have here, but pray attend to it.
My apologies. I simply don't have the physical fortitude to do much anything right now.
Alright. Are they marked on the map? You better believe they are. So, top to bottom. Work our way down. Now that you mentioned it, there's been one thing out of the ordinary earlier today from the fish appeared. You know, aside from the apocalypse. The river that runs here from the Shroud to Sagma was swelling up like mad. The seawater flowed back to the river, and some days I saw it carrying fish deep into the wood. What could have caused the seawater to flow upstream? Whatever it was, I was hoping it wasn't happened again. The stench isn't exactly good for business. Either there's a red sky and falling comets, I imagine. I've never seen anything like it. Entire schools of fish suddenly washing up ashore. There's so many you couldn't see a single grain of sand. Our fishers have their hands full trying to clear up the mess even as we speak. Troublingly, I have no idea what caused it. It's not as if anything ominous occurred to portend such an event. You don't say! Why, the night before was as peaceful as always. A full moon shining bright in the night sky. You don't say! The full moon in the sky? I think someone's lying. Or maybe they just have a very, very powerful force of denial. Everything's fine, right? Oh, that's a lot of fish.
Yeah, I think they slaughtered the fish. I should have seen her earlier. It must have been improvement, believe you me. I had no time to rest now. If they start rotting, this fish alone will be enough to make the whole town ill.
Do you know what caused it?
What's especially bizarre is that fish normally stay away from land altogether, save for when they go upriver to lay eggs, it is. Anyway, I've never seen or smelled anything like it in my life. I hope I never do again. This better not be some regular occurrence around here. I'm a fisher, damn it, not a rubbish collector.
Alright. So suddenly all the fish decided it was time to go upstream to lay egg.
I gave your friend some medicine, and thankfully it seems to be working. He's finally feeling a little more like himself.
My apologies for making you go along, friend. I can't quite stand up straight, but I feel much better when I arrived. Tell me, were you able to learn anything of interest from the townspeople?
Oh yeah, there was a whole lot of fish.
A full moon the night before, there's a strong tide flowing up the river. It would seem that this is what we call tidal bore. The fact that the fish are typically not seen near the coast is strange, reminiscent of our whale problem as well. No, this can't be mere coincidence. The amount of the fish were supposedly carried upstream into the woods intrigues me as well. Assuming they're still alive, they will provide much useful data on those rotting corpses, more useful information on those rotting corpses on the beach. If we were to analyze them and find them in a similar etheric status as the whale in Charlene, we could safely conclude that both events were caused by the same or similar phenomenon. I'm terribly sorry to impose upon you again, but could you go catch those fish for me? They might very well be the key to solving this mystery. From the fisherman's description, swimming upstream, you said, I suspect we're looking for an Alnarian salmon. If so, those leeches you use for clams and garlic mold should serve you well again here.
I'd load them, Pose, but you must go to the woods and catch those fish for me. I didn't come all the way just to get myself sick. I must solve this mystery.
Alright, we'll get you your key, your fishy key. So let's just try fishing in the middle of the water here. Am I still using... No. Leech. Chum. Fish. Mark for the quest, the wandering whale detected. See, I wish this would show up everywhere! We got it. No. No, we did not. I lied. That would have been really, really nice if we did get it at one go, but we didn't. We got it. Second fish. A migratory fish that is sometimes found wandering the coast of Alnair. Are you having a good time, boy? He was frolicking a little bit. For a second I turned around and asked, he stopped and just stared. He's a watchdog. He likes to watch. Here's your fish.
Oh, thank the gods, and thank you, my friend, who have hated to go home with nothing but the memory of the worst bout of aether sickness ever. I'm happy to report that I've also made some progress myself. I had a word with the alchemist who helped me, and it turns out that they have a keen interest in aether as well. We had an exchange of views that was most stimulating. I may not have been able to do much while here, but I'm glad I made the effort to leave the Studium for once. Now it's time to return to I can make use of this new knowledge and analyze the sample you so kindly reeled in for me. Alas, while it may not be used that god-awful experiment aetherite to travel back, an aetherite's still an aetherite. Heavens have mercy.
Yeah, can you give him extra medicine? No, okay. Best of luck on your trip back. How am I doing on scripts, actually? I'm about to do even more. Yeah, I gotta spend some. Yeah, let's get some materia. We can't get the best materia. We can get grade 9s. Let's get, like, I don't know, 10 of these. And 10 of these. Okay, let's get, like, 8 of these. 5 of these. Fine, whatever. We'll get some number of them as soon as the game lets me. I spend all my time in Search's meat these days. Frankly, I'd be willing to do anything that's helped the professors to finally finish his thesis. It looks like the boxes are finally full of fish. So that's good.
Ah, good to see you return. Needless to say, the trip was a rough one for me. Thankfully, it wasn't nearly as uncomfortable as that dreadful experimental aetherite. I just about finished analyzing the fish you caught in Thavnair. As expected, the aether levels are almost identical to those of the wayward whale.
So you believe the sudden change in the concentration of aether in the nearby currents caused them to completely alter their behavior?
Precisely. That said, the change was of such magnitude that I would struggle to explain what my initial thoughts of etheric tides. Explain it without my... On the contrary, if such sudden changes are possible, then I may have to reconsider my premise altogether. Moreover, we can't safely return to the whale to the sea until we know what precisely is the root of the problem.
Might the tile bore hold the answer, or... Is it not connected to the ebb and flow of the tide? You know, something about the moon being bright.
Yes, I do remember considering that when we shared your people's tales with me.
If we posit the underwater aether currents are affected by the moon, much as the tide itself, then a sudden change in the moon state would naturally affect underwater aether levels as well.
Recent changes in the moon? By the scholar, that's it! The destruction of Zodiac would have freed an unfathomably amount of aether from within the moon. It would be only logical that it had an impact on underwater aether currents.
Oh, right, yeah. Wait, oh, no. So fish are bad because we killed... Oh, I'm the problem.
If this is the explanation, my initial theory may yet be viable, with the recent outpouring of aether being an exception that proves the rule. We need to watch closely for any similar incidents in the near future. Outlook. Word has it that you braved the journey by Aetherite to do some fieldwork at Thavner. Did you find aught of interest there?
Yeah. Things were pretty bad.
I see. A word of advice, if I may. Any researcher worth his salt must be prepared to rethink and evaluate his theories when presented with new evidence. Have you given any thought to how you might adapt yours? My initial theory was, to a degree, predicated on the existence of Zodiac. Now that he is no more, I'm not entirely sure how we might. Unless we could. Yes, that's it. We could examine a species altogether more ancient, from a time from when the heavens were free of Zodiac and other entities of high etheric concentration.
Professor, please, this is no time for idle jest.
I'm being perfectly serious. Why, I'd have the complete confidence in Bond here will be able to find what we require.
I do not doubt his skills, but even the best of gleaners would struggle to find specimen of species that doubtlessly died out ages ago.
Oh, ye of little faith. Our friend is more than up to the task. Isn't that so, Bont? Now that's the spirit, Locker. A good scholar must consider every possible option, even those that might seem impossible. Keep pondering the matter, and now no doubt you haven't arrived at the answer ere long.
I don't know if I can be talking about this. Also, how do you guys know about Zodiac in general? Guys? They aren't giving me the answers, but they're still paying me, so it's fine. Fish time forgot. Thalakatia is pondering the past. And they will pay me with cookies. Sideritis cookies. A big treat that gives off a sweet herbal aroma. What is sideritis?
Oh, hello there. I've been racking my brain trying to come up with new ideas. Alas, nothing has come to me thus far.
Oh, so you have nothing for me.
No matter how long I ponder, I keep coming back to the same thought. I have to get my hands on some specimens from a time before Zodiac came to be. I simply can't accept that all this work we have put, into confirming my theory might amount to naught in the end. You know what? Give me any idea you got, no matter how outlandish it may seem. Please, Bond, I'm in dire need of inspiration.
So, you'd be surprised at what I can do.
Oh, but wait. You truly mean it?
Do you doubt me?
As a scholar, I would love to probe deeper into details of how exactly you mean to do this, but this is hardly the time for idle chatter. You can indeed procure the sample for me. I beg of you, please do it! Why, this could very well be the solution to what I thought an insurmountable problem. Ideally, I'd like to examine an ancient specimen that shares some common traits with a creature that still exists today. Reading through Professor Nille's tomes, I believe, thinking that a species called the Smargados would be perfect.
Alright, I'll go find a Smargados.
I know not where you mean to find them, but I wish you safe and good fortune on your journey, Bont.
Use a sky spoon lure to fish some Smargados from Leith and Elpis and deliver them to Thalakatia. I'm glad my quest log is telling me because my quest giver would have no idea. spend all my time. Okay, alright, that's the same. So, I'm gonna go back to just using the versatile lure. I think we should be fine now. And we're gonna go back to Elpis. Gotta go back to the past, samurai bonk. So, Leith is... there. So all the area with all the waters and waterfalls. So I fish where the water is. Got it. Good. Objective achieved. Here we go. We just go back in time and fish up a fish. Because that's how this works, right? Video games. Well, at least it's not Apocalypse now. Yeah, this is nice. This is nice, actually. How's everybody doing today? This is great. I already lost a fish. Do I still have my glove on? I do. I still have the snagging on, so that's fun. I don't see a treasure map in my inventory, so I think we're fine on that guard. That dog is going to drown. No, they're fine. They love it here. They're having a great time. Look at them. They're having fun. Chewy's doing great. You know who's not doing great, though, is Biscuit. Biscuit's kind of writhing behind me. Let's see. I started at 6 Eastern. It's about 9. I walked him before I began. He should be good for another hour. Oh, I got a map. I had snagging on, so okay. The treasure maps from here are nice, though. I think the unique rewards that you can get from these maps are, a third of a mount that looks like Ixion, but it's on fire. A Hythlodeus minion, and an Emmet Self minion. But they aren't called that, because those would be spoilers. Does he want treats? Bathroom? Or just attention? Maybe... I don't think he wants bathroom, because, like, I think he's good on that. Maybe he does just want love and attention. He is a very needy boy. He likes his face time. Which is time in my face, licking. Your line breaks. They got away with a versatile lure. Dang. Try again. Yeah, my gear is very slowly catching up with me. Or very quickly, rather. So, it's gonna be harder and harder for me to get the fish out here. I am in Leith. The game told me to fish in Leith. So I haven't got what I need yet. Alright, so, let's see. My room situation is as such that I cannot set up an easy way for Biscuit to be at arm level with me when I am in my chair. And Biscuit, being a fat dog, does not want to jump up and, like, have his paws somewhere and, like, standing up to receive pets. He wants to be on the floor. Or, like, on a surface. Like a chair or a bed. So I guess I could stream in a couch. If I put this bed out of the way, or this chair out of the way, and just, like, brought a couch in here, I could just stream in a couch, and then he'd be able to just, like, be planted against me for the entire duration that I'm streaming. That wouldn't be really good for stretching or anything like that, though. The other solution would be to have, like, another chair next to me. But then I feel like he'd just climb out of that chair and go into my lap. He's not generally food motivated, so, like, he likes the treats, but he's not gonna, like, beg for them. The only time he, like, tries to beg for food is when we're eating chicken. Like, very specifically chicken. If we're eating anything else, even if it's, like, beef or burgers or anything like... No, he doesn't want that. Only chicken. Only chicken for this boy. I might need to acquire the precise type of bait I need. Yeah, we've caught every type of fish here except for this one. Just go... hold on. The fish got away. Dagnabbit. Just got to 1,300 bolts, and Twitch was immediately like, hey, you want to spend them on an oven roulette? Yeah, it's really good about that. That's also why I'm afraid to make any of my rewards even more expensive than that. I feel like the price that I have my stuff at is good relative to the amount of time that I stream. I think phones for a while had a lot. Finally! Identical! Go! Catch a second! We got the Smorgadus! An ancient fish with a green body. Okay, Biscuit left the room. I said his name, and he immediately stopped and looked back at me. No, I think he's just eating. Unfortunately, my gear was not good enough to get the identical cast fish. So I got another opportunity, but I missed. I fished, and I missed. This process goes on for almost an hour. Maybe more. And I need 6 of these. Fortunately, I think this is the last one that requires me to collect a lot of weird stuff. I can't do identical cast, can I? I don't think I'm going to regenerate enough to be able to do this in time. No, it won't let me. Ah! Hi, boy. What's up? He came back in here. He was in petting range. Are you a good boy? You are a good boy. You are a good boy. I'm rubbing your head ferociously. You love that. I did not get the fish I needed. Yeah, let's wait for my GP to regenerate for a little bit. Let's move to a slightly different point in the lake. I'm getting licks. I'm getting licks on my pants. Okay. I think that's a clear sign that he wants something from me. And if I say the word, then he will go ballistic. You shouldn't need that for another hour, though. This is why we did it at the time that we did it. please be the thing I need. Even if I don't get the right collectability, I just want this quest to be done. Yes! Identical cast. Go! Go! This is going so much better than the clams so far. It still has room to be worse. Yes! Okay, that's 4. That's 4, we just need 2 more. Okay, what's the quest log say? 1183. 1183 for the best reward. We got him. We got him. So let's see, we also have the Isle Skipper. These tiny fish spend a deal of their time in the open sky. Almost as if they wish they could have been born birds instead. Oh. We have the Anthera, a freshwater fish sporting a fine array of pigments, presumably the maximum amount possible without causing pain to onlookers. That seems like something the ancients would do. You're not wrong. We also have the Erebanian. This freshwater fish creates rainbows whenever it breaches the surface. Oh, yeah, the ancients all just made aesthetic fish. Fish that look good in aquariums. Good job, ancients. Alright. I need to restock on GP again. We'll catch 1 normal fish. Yeah, what's the minimum collectability for these? 503. Yeah, I don't really care about the rating so much anymore. Okay. Pop. Pop. Use. Use. Go. 2 more. 2 more fish. 2 more of these specific fish. You lose your lure. Oh, I have 9 left. That's what... Come on. Please. That is not what we need. Slap it. Okay, so now I can only fish up 2-star bites. No. I have to let that go. Otherwise, my slap will go away. This pond seems to have 4 fish. 2 weak bites, 2 strong bites. I just slapped the 1 strong bite that we don't want. So as long as I only go after a strong bite, it will be the fish that I want. But that means I have to not catch any little fish. Yes! That said, there's still no guarantee that I'm going to catch the thing because of my gear. Alright, that's it. Identical cast! Look at me, making use of my abilities as a fisher! The me that existed in a realm where born would be crying right now. Back then, Fisher literally had 4 buttons. And none of them use GP. Yes! We have achieved victory. We've caught the fish. Goodbye, Opus. You're really pretty. We'll probably be back there again. At least twice. Someday, when I'm done with my thesis, you will have to tell me about how you seemingly can do the impossible. We have our fish. We're getting paid. Why did I hit cancel? Are my eyes to be believed? An actual Smargaders. And now even more impressive than anything I saw in my books. I know not how you accomplished this, Bont, but you have my eternal gratitude. Back in my day, when I had to collect high-quality gatherables with poor GP regen at specific times. Yeah, you're not wrong. Ah, Bont. I just finished my preliminary analysis of Smargaders, and needless to say, it has proved truly fascinating. Incidentally, I recently overheard some of the senior members of the faculty discussing the days back before the world was standard. This led me to wonder just how far back you traveled. I have long heard rumors of a collective of goblin scientists who were attempting to traverse the fabric of time itself. To be honest, I always thought it would be a jest. Was it possible you used such a method to journey into the past yourself? But I will not ask you to reveal your secrets. Not now. You have provided me with exactly what I needed to break into the impasse of my research, and I must seize the opportunity. Yeah, you do what you do, guy. At any rate, examining the relative states of the Smargaders scales, it appears quite evident that the levels of aether and underwater currents fluctuated regularly, even within those pre-Zodiac days. That said, the shifts in the concentration appear much gentler compared to the present day. I suspect that as the inflated aether levels of the moon caused by the presence of Zodiac are the keys to explaining this change. Put simply, these recent incidents are a manifestation of aether levels returning to how they once were so very long ago. Frankly, I should be elated. This effectively proves my hypothesis correct. However, something does not sit right with me. I feel like I must do more than just identify what is happening. How can I sit around here in my office poring over the specimen and tomes while these poor sea creatures are suffering? The next whale might very well come ashore to its doom like the fish in Tavernier. Oh, thank you for coming, Professor Nell. I am most pleased to say that with Bond's help, I believe we have finally been able to finish my thesis.
As not to say, you truly wish to obtain a specimen from ancient times? Impressive. Yes, most impressive indeed. Truth be told, the senior faculty at the Studium have been aware of this form of travel for some time now. Sadly, as much as I argued your case, I was strictly forbidden from granting you access to it. Fortunate you are to have Bond at your side. With your diligence and aptitude and his unparalleled gleaning skills, I'm expecting greater and greater things from your thesis. Wait, you mean the Studium knew that they could travel back in time? Wait a minute, hold on. We know that Charlian astrology has time magic. That part of their astrology is still, to this day, barred from us. Right. Right, okay. I knew it! So if I'm promoted to full professorship, I might gain access to that knowledge as well. I must work even harder toward that goal. And yet, at the same time, I find myself in the dilemma. Is it not selfish of me to focus entirely on my own research at times like this? Is it not my duty as a scholar to help in a more concrete manner? Astute questions, those. And questions for which you must find your own answer. Of course, none of it would object if you were to publish your findings. You've done more than enough to support an up-and-coming researchers in the Studium, and with your work can doubtless prove a fine starting point for any who wish to explore the subject further. There are plenty of academics who are driven wholly by their own curiosity, who devote their entire lives to their studies or research for its own sake. However, they also demand another type of researcher, one who uses their findings to seek out tangible solutions to the problems of our world. Your research has brought you to face with that innocent creature in peril, and united you with a brave companion who has traveled to the edge of the world and beyond for you. There's little surprise that you might find new motivation in their presence. Yet at the end of the day, it is your choice to make. You must decide what inspires you most as a scholar. That is all I can say. As always, Professor Nell has given me much to ponder. Up until now, I had simply enjoyed solving the mysteries of the world through my research. Only now have I begun to realize that there may be more to it than that. Forgive me, but I would like to consider this matter further. Might I be able to count on your aid once more, once my mind is made up? I swear I feel there are no limits to what I might achieve as long as you're by my side.
Alright, yeah. I'll stick with you a little longer. Yeah, one more quest, too? After that, you're gonna have to find a new leader. Talakatira is thrilled with your efforts. He now considers you a fantastic fisher. In order to undertake the subsequent quest, you must first complete the main scenario quest, Endwalker. Darn it! Darn it! I thought I was far enough. Well, I didn't read about this on any wikis. So, let's see, I've been going at it for about 3.5 hours. Do I make this stream just fishing? Or do you want me to finish a different one? Yeah, you know what? We can do another one. Let's just get gathering out of the way. I can't finish that. I thought I could. I can't. My bad. I don't know if I'll be able to finish this one either. But you know what? This will make the next one that I do about this stuff easier. Cultured Pursuits. Hinageshi is worried for her professor.
Excuse me, kind sir. Pardon my forthrightness, but might I beg a moment of your time? I work under Professor Tonkin, and I am in search of a capable miner to assist with his research. That is your profession, is it not? In which case, I wish to discuss potential employment with the Faculty of Anthropology, assuming that is, you have an interest in our work?
Yeah, that's why I'm talking to you.
Magnificent. Searchers Meet, where we currently find ourselves, is a place where gleaners connect with the faculty and students of Studium.
Yeah, where I was told as much.
Allows us to acquire the necessary materials for our studies and provide us with a place to store supplies and specimens. And with your help, I believe I will be able to procure what is necessary for the professor's research. Of course, such work is predicted the assumption that Professor Tonkin has decided to focus on his next project, which sadly he has not. Oh. Would you say he's the indecisive sort? Oh, that's certainly one way of putting it. If he does not hurry and submit a research proposal for Studium soon, he will be unable to secure funding for his work. Why, his very tenure could be cut short.
Sorry about that, need to open a drink.
It would be a great loss for Studium, as he is a remarkable scholar. The very definition of calm and collected, until he discovers something that piques his interest. Then his eyes widen and his cheeks take on a rosy hue. Honestly, it's like he regresses to being a young boy. Returning to the topic at hand, your first task will be to procure Professor Tonkin himself. I imagine you'll find him somewhere in the Numenon, if you'll be so kind.
Alright, I know where that is.
Wonderful. And when you find him, pray offer him this slice of Archon loaf. Like as not, he has forgotten to eat, as usual. The sheer size of the library can prove daunting at times, but I have spent enough time with the professor to know he is in there somewhere.
Alright, I'm only allowed on the top floor.
He should be there.
Alright, she goes behind her desk.
How can I be so certain of his whereabouts? He is a Charlian scholar through and through. But where else would a man seeking knowledge while away his time? I would also bet my left leg that he's forgotten to break a meal or even sleep. So please be sure he eats that Archon loaf.
Alright, will do. Let's see, what do they got going on over here? They got, looks like carbonized matter, or coal, inside of a bucket. A lot of books. A couple of herbs. A pumpkin. Next to... Okay, I guess I do some gardening here. Another fresh sink. A whole tree. No rocks. Chalkboard. Alright. Yeah, they probably really want you to be a botanist for this. Oh well, I'm a miner. Alright, the Numenon is down there. I was so sure that I'd be able to beat all these without having finished the main story. I was so sure I just needed to beat Elpis first. But if I'm going to get roadblocked at this point, it's fine. It wouldn't be the first time that I got roadblocked in the middle of my streaming. Remember when I got roadblocked in the middle of Eden? Oh, hi there.
What? Damn it all. I succumbed to the sweet song of slumber yet again. She always strikes where I least suspect it.
Yeah, that's fine. Have you eaten?
I don't suppose you would have happened a morsel of food to spare on you, person. I seem to have built up quite the appetite whilst dead to the world.
Yeah. Your assistant gave it to me. Or student?
Hinageshi sent you, did he? Of course she would insist I eat Archon loaf. At any rate, yeah, my thanks. I do hope you're not thinking rude of me for indulging right away.
No, by all means, eat up. Try not to retch.
I'll to silence my stomach for a while. Truly I'm in debt to you, sir. Dozing in the midst of research is an all too common and routinely ignored occurrence around here. There's no telling how long I would have slept had you not come when you did. In fact, it calls to mind that the researcher seeking a means to traverse the ethereal sea. He wished to do so while still amongst the living, you see, but they found him dead in the midst of a pile of books. But that is neither here nor there. I take you will come seeking employment. Your timing is quite fortuitous, as I have but recently decided on a topic for my thesis. Pray accompany me to Searcher's Meet, once you have more, and I shall explain to all to you there.
Okay, guy. No way right here. We just have to walk. Or jog. I do like jog. I'm glad jog is here for me. Sprint's a little bit faster, though. Just a little bit.
I was right, wasn't I? This is far from the first time he has been found face down in a book, and certainly won't be the last. There you are, my savior from slumber. Professor, please. It would be most rude to waste any more of his time. Might we discuss the focus of your next research project, and what it is you require of him? Yes, of course. Time is of the essence. Honestly, Hinagishi, I do not know what I would do without you. Well, that's most flattering, Professor. Thank you. I mean it, Hinagishi. I would be lost. Completely and utterly lost. Professor Tonkin, Yes, and quite famished besides. So absorbed was I in my research, I had all but forgotten my need to rest and sustenance. Were it not for your kind gift, I would surely have expired by now. Oh, I thought you meant... yes, of course. Always happy to help. Provided our research is deemed of value by the Studium, we are supplied with clothing, food, and shelter, but only the bare essentials, mind you. You need but look around to know the veracity of my words. We do as we are instructed, researching and gathering resources, but what value do these things truly have in the grand scheme of things? the study of 1,000 civilizations, and nothing here has changed. The culture of Charlene remains as stagnant as a threadbare attire we wear day in and day out.
I must confess you do have a point about our garments. Should my shirt and trousers be soiled, I would have little recourse but to wear them inside out. But to be perfectly honest, I have no real qualms with the way we live here in Charleon.
That is all well and good, Hidegishi, but would you be content to let your children live in such austere conditions? Your children's children?
Children? Professor, why ever you bring up such a thing?
It's a subject I have thought about to broach for some time. After all, you shall be my sole company for the foreseeable future, and I yours, correct?
Yes, I suppose you're right, and I am perfectly content as we are. Of course, if you would prefer other company... do you really need me here? This has been wonderful, but I should be going. You guys have a good one.
I deny us the pleasure of your company. I have long waited for help of a third party, and insist you stay to aid with our research.
A third party. Splendid.
I am resolved to change our current way of life. However, in order to do so successfully, I must first determine the cultures that best suited to blend with ours. As such, my research will involve recreating the lifestyles of other cultures, with this very building. Within it, rather.
So that was the cause for the furrowed brow of late. Well, it is a marvelous ideal, Professor.
Which is where your experience as a miner comes into play. I would have you gather the materials necessary for said recreations. Though we do have a great deal of resources on hand at present, they are as yet inadequate for my plans.
Alright, yeah, I can get you stuff.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I require time to consider what culture I shall attempt to emulate first.
Have you ever seen such an inspiring sight?
Yeah, many. I've traveled the world, you know.
It is a relief to see Professor Tonkin has at last chosen a subject for his research proposal. I myself have long been interested in the world's myriad peoples and their customs. In fact, that is precisely why I was so keen to work with gleaners, well versed as they are in the lore of distant lands. My parents too had a love for learning other cultures. It was their fondness for the Far East and its beautiful flowers that gave them inspiration for my name.
Ah, okay, that's why you have that name then.
Despite knowing my origins of my name, I had never given much thought. That is, until one day when the professor commented on one of his enthralling lectures. However, he did not stop there. Professor Tonkin continued by musing on how even a single flower can go by many names. Different regions will know it differently, after all. He then went on to talk about this difference in location, language, and lifestyle can have a profound impact on how we think. We Ara have our roots in the Far East, though I only know the Charlean way of life, he said. I have long wondered what change might occur within my own mind should I someday visit my ancestral home. It is this very question which drives my research. Yes, even now I remember his words oh so clearly. That lecture inspired me to take up my current post. Yet though I have done my utmost to assist him, our failure to present any findings has left me without a show of my own achievements. Oh, how I long to conduct research with him in the Far East, just the two of us.
Why don't you tell him about all this?
What are you implying with that tone? No, perhaps it was too honest for once. You see, I am rather fond of Professor Tonkin.
Yeah, that's plain.
To be honest, it is more than a little disconcerting that he has not noticed my feelings when even you have. However, given that his current research is squarely focused on creating a better life for us, I feel this is an opportunity I cannot pass up. But I have no experience in matters of the heart. Like a fool, my youth was spent with my nose buried in books. Would you perchance be more experienced in matters of romance? I would be forever grateful for your help in winning the professor's affections.
Alright, I can help Senpai notice you.
Truly, you will help me? Oh, thank you very much.
Well, you two certainly seem to be getting along.
Oh, Professor, have you come to a decision?
As you are doubtless aware, Charlene is frightfully cold all year round. However, this has led to rapid progress in our ability to control our environs. Nothing proves this fact more than the Labyrinthos. It's so pleasantly warm down there that you're forgiven for thinking you are somewhere altogether more tropical. This has inspired me to look for the lifestyles of those who actually reside in balmy climes. We may yet happen upon a discovery or two that would never be made simply by shivering in the cold. In line with this, the culture we shall seek to emulate first is none other than Rods at Han.
Okay, I can go there.
Splendid. You'll need you to go then collect a few things that can only be attained in Rods at Han proper. Hidegeshi will brief you in more detail.
Alright. I get more of the same food they gave me earlier. Crab cakes. Faculty of Anthropology. Studium Deliveries unlocked. And we get more of the similar text that we've had before. Cooking up a culture. Hidegeshi is ready for research. We get even more high cordials. I've made a list of a few Hanish staples that we require to emulate life in Rods at Han, and, well, there's certainly quite a few things you would struggle to procure here in Charlene. There's one thing in particular which is used to make both vibrant dyes and special spices. Anyway, best of luck gathering this in Tavnair. The Hanish staples you require can be gathered near Hamsa Hatchery. Thank you, game. And we get all the same dialogue as before. Very similar.
As I'm sure you're aware, Rods at Han is located in the Isle of Thavnair, in the southern region of the Elzabad. More specifically, it's found in the southeast section of the Bounty. Also, it's famed for having an incredibly pleasant dry season. Eventually, the temperature climbs, that's accompanied later by increasing humidity before the onset of the rainy season. Simply put, the area is infamous for being both scorching hot and horrendously humid. Just about the polar opposite of Charlene, wouldn't you say? I am positively chomping at the bit to study their way of life in more detail.
You want me to bring a dancer?
What? You can hire those?
You know what? They might be a bit expensive for you. Let's move out. I can teleport there for free if I just use the Aether Slingshot. So let's go ahead and use that again. I can teleport for here to here for free because of my security token. And I can teleport to Thavnair for free using this. It'll be a little bit of a flight through a terrible land, but we'll do it. It'll be fine. Hi, Kit. Goodbye, Kit.
Oh, I love all the research you're giving us.
It's okay, the serpent will keep me safe and happy. So, I think the gathering log actually shows you where these are. Yeah, it even spoils some of them for you. So, Hanish staple. Yeah. Yeah, these are listed for the for miners. Yeah, sure would be nice if Fisher got the same treatment. I know they do in later... I know they do in Dawn Trail. But it's weird that they didn't get the same treatment here. In Endwalker. Okay, we need, these. We need these. Okay. We have plenty of GP. I only need a little bit more, actually. So I wasted a little bit there. I need 6. I think that worked. I got all 6 on a single node. Nice. Nice. I sure do love mining and botany so much more than fishing. Look, we're done already. Ugh. Why is fishing the way it is? If I could just get the thing I want every time, it would be this fast.
We won't get very far without at least a few goods from the region we seek to emulate. But I trust you will have no trouble procuring what we need.
Oh, yep, we already know this. We've done this before. This is not our first rodeo.
Oh my, what fine specimens you found, and so vibrant. Yes, these will be most helpful indeed. Thank you. The rocks were used to create the vibrant dyes and Hannish clothing is often known for. They say that each color has its own special meaning in their culture.
You make your first successful delivery. Yes, we know about this. Professor Tonkin and Hiyageshi take the items you brought them and set to work emulating Hannish culture. Oh my! They got some expensive glamour. And they're eating curry with flatbread. And you got a dance from the gold saucer. Well done, lady. And he's learning alchemy. You have to actually pour one into the other for it to work.
Most colorful, would you not agree? Alas, one would be surely freeze to death wearing these clothes in Charlene for very long. And while their cuisine is quite delectable, I must say it is rather spicy for my own palate. Perhaps their love for spices developed out of necessity.
A fine hypothesis indeed, Hidegeshi. Food is prone to expire all too quickly in climes such as Ransel Hans. Copious use of spices not only helps to increase one's appetite, it also masks any unpleasant odors that might come from food on the brink of spoiling. And with spoiling food comes the risk of harmful bacteria, a likely reason for the region's struggles with sickness over the years. I can think of no better catalyst to spur innovation in medicine than the mastery of alchemy.
Wow, you're running to some, like, huge leaps in logic here. You're making some baseless assumptions. You could be right, but they are baseless, okay?
This, for example, a tonic that raises the body's core temperature to protect from the cold.
Resourceful as always. Thank you, Professor.
Returning to our other penchant for colorful hues, I believe I understand their reasoning for that as well. Simply put, primary colors stand out even under the unrelenting rays of the sun. Hence, everything from the buildings to their bracelets are made in bold primary colors. And each color represents different concepts. Red, for example, represents fire. Its close relativity, orange, represents a spiritual fire that rages within one's soul, and very source of life itself. This is why they believe orange to be the auspicious color for would-be mothers and the like.
You don't say.
Would be... Oh my. You don't say. My, that is good to know, Professor. What else can you tell us of Radzahan?
Oh, plenty. I find experience to be the better teacher. So come, let us live as the Hannish do, and I am sure we will happen upon countless discoveries.
Well, this is going rather swimmingly. I had hoped research might bring us closer together, but I never dreamed we would end up living together. Of course, it would not have been possible without your help, and for that you have my thanks.
Yeah, tain't nothing. You look good at it. Well done, lady. Go ahead. Knock him dead. But not literally. Hidegeshi is pleased by their efforts. She now considers you a fledgling matchmaker. I am a wingman. I'm doing my best.
I must say, I've taken a liking to these spicy Hannish dishes. They do wonder for one's metabolism, and those of us in academia seldom have time to exercise, meaning they could even benefit one's health.
You don't say. Maybe that's why they're so popular nowadays. They have added the dress permanently to a thing nearby, which I kind of wish we had things like this for housing. Like, you know, a nice little mannequin that we could put our glamours on. And not just like the people mannequins that look a little bit creepy. No, like, something like this would be really nice. Can we have this, Square Enix? That would be nice. The culture of Cerulean. Hidegashi is on a hot streak.
You come at a good time. I do believe the professor has another assignment for you.
Good to see you, my friend. We're in the midst of summarizing what we learned living in approximation of Hanish lifestyle. While we commit our thoughts to the parchment, I would ask you to acquire a few things we need for our next sampling of culture.
And what do you have in mind exactly?
Garlemald.
Alright.
The Empire? Oh my. I certainly wasn't expecting that. Do you truly believe there is aught we can learn from them to improve our way of living?
I understand your trepidation, Hidegashi. Although history is filled with countless invasions and more suffering, there may yet come a day where we live in peace alongside the people of Garlemald.
Sokoma says, okay, off to bed. Happy Final Fantasy matchmaking. I'll do my best, Sokoma. You have a good one. Rest easy.
Though I realize how unlikely that may seem at present. The winds of change blow fiercely now, and may soon come a day when we seek shelter here in Charlie Inn. Knowing that they cannot manipulate Aether as we do, I wish to better understand their culture, should we need to play the hospitable host.
Now I feel like a fool for thinking we're only pursuing this project to improve the lives of those who presently call Charlene home. Such genius.
To that end, I would ask you particular a most essential staple of Garlean living. I speak of an ore unique to the region, and a certain fruit there that has adapted to grow even in the coldest of climates. Oh, and do not fret, you do not need to bring back both. One or the other will suffice.
Okay, I can do one. Monitoring Station 6. Thank you, game, for telling me where to go. Has your dialogue changed?
Word has it the Garlean Empire may not be long for this world, which is precisely why I see value in preserving their culture. Pray keep your wits about you when you're there. The region is anything but safe.
Okay, so Garlean staples. Let's see. That's Hanish. That's Garlean. Right over there. That away. Broken glass. Use a ticket. 1,500 gil teleport. Ah. I really like the maps in this game. They're really bad at showing elevation, but the utility of the way that they display things is pretty good. Let's see, if I can get another node that has 6 hits on it. Alright, there's Garlean staples. I don't need 6 hits. Okay, so let's just do... Bam. And will that give me 600? No. No, not even that. So... That. Okay, so that was 2. Alright, I'm gonna get 3. Garlean stable. A must-have for anyone looking to recreate Garlean culture. Okay, this one has 5. Hold on, I forgot to drink an Aether. Alright, so, they're giving me tons of high cordials for this, so I should be using them. I also just have tons of them. Alright. I don't have enough to do any of the cool things. But I'm gonna get 3 anyway. Took 2 nodes, but whatever. We're done. So fast! So easy! Why can't Fisher be normal? See, we're already out of the pain and the suffering. There is no pain and suffering. There is only digging.
We have been relying on the tomes of the Numenon and existing theses in order to accurately emulate foreign cultures, and I've realized that there are a great many things that you would never discover without experiencing them firsthand.
Alright, we'll give you your staples.
Goodness, I did not expect you to bring back specimens of such quality. This will make our work much easier. They use this ore to create alloys like adamantite, you know. Magitech couldn't exist without it.
You mean they didn't have to gather it from a floating rock in the middle of Azizla?
Where's Azizla?
Professor Tunkin and Hingageshi take the items you brought them and set to work emulating Garlean culture. Oh, I know those outfits are from the dungeon. And they're eating borscht. It looks cold. They're eating cold borscht. They have a nice cerulean heater and stove. I think that is a housing item. And he's wielding a gun. Where did you get that? Put that away. You don't know how to use that.
I must say, I'm warming up to these cozy clothes and Magitech heaters. Oh, this would definitely improve life in Charlane.
Alas, we've only been granted permission to use the heaters for a duration of our research. We'll have to return them to the studio after we're done.
That said, I think I just felt a bead of sweat trickle down my neck. Perhaps I won't miss them as much as I thought.
I take it they have no need of this piping hot Garlean cuisine, cooked with Magitech kitchen utensils.
Oh, it is cooked borscht then.
Oh, Professor, no, I would gladly sample any food prepared with skillful hands such as yours.
Provided one is given the necessary instruction, even a child could operate these Magitech devices. At the heart of all Magitech lies ceruleum, a most efficient and convenient energy source, indifferent to the whims of nature like wind and hydraulic power. Its mass production allowed the Empire to bring Magitech and people at large, with further refinement in their manufacturing process affording them surplus time and manpower, where they applied to even greater innovations. That said, the importance of alternatives to ceruleum cannot be ignored. It is, after all, a finite resource. Should we completely squander the world's resources, we will inevitably suffer for our lack of foresight.
Yeah, that's right.
Professor, this looks exquisite. I thought as much when we were studying Hunnish culture, but you really are a fantastic cook.
You flatter me, Hidegashi. I would eat nothing without the recipes that guide me. Though, it does warm my heart to see you enjoy my cooking so. There are many, many dishes I still wish to try my hand at. It would be delightful if you were willing to sample them as well.
Oh, it would be my pleasure. Is it my imagination, or has the professor been more affectionate towards me of late? It really makes me wonder what will become of our relationship when this research reaches a conclusion. Oh, but I must stop daydreaming. There is yet work to be done.
Girl, you're moving. He's just feeding you. Hidegashi is delighted by your efforts. She now considers you a novice matchmaker.
It is strange to be considered that many things we achieve easily through magic would be beyond the Guardian. I'm keen to see what discoveries await us, as we live as we do a while longer.
The culture of carrots. Oh boy. Hidegashi is mulling over her recent findings.
Oh, I'm positively desperate to know what culture we shall experience next.
I have a feeling I know what it is, because we looked at our gathering log.
Welcome back, my friend. We'll be continuing our experience as Guardians a while longer, though I would like you to set about procuring materials for the next step in our research. Though to be honest, I still decide on where that step might be.
Well, thus far we have lived as people do in freezing cold and ferocious heat, so I'd say it is time we set our sights on an altogether different sort of inclement environment.
Spot on as always, Hidegashi. The people of Glamour may have overcome nature's fury with their sterling use of technology, but they are far too reliant on ceruleum. Consider this. How would they cope if they were suddenly unable to obtain their precious fuel? One should never be willing to be without a contingency plan in case they are thrust into a much less hospitable environment.
That is certainly true. However, what kind of culture could take root in an area that is effectively uninhabitable?
That is precisely what I've been mulling over of late, Hitageshi. I wish to look into how exactly culture could come to exist in such places. The issue is, well, such regions tend to be uninhabited by as a result of their harsh conditions. In short, there's nowhere that meets my criteria to begin with.
Inhabiting the uninhabitable. Yes, it does seem to be something of a paradox. There could be merit in investigating the idea.
You're a well-traveled adventurer, yes? Can you think of any place that might suit our curious criteria?
Have you considered the moon?
A settlement on the moon by the name of Mare Lamentorium? Well, that would certainly fulfill my requirements, but even if it truly exists, it's not as if one can simply travel to the moon on a whim.
I can.
You're being entirely serious, aren't you?
Yeah.
Good gracious, you never fail to surprise.
Indeed. However, I feel obliged to mention that we do know absolutely nothing of life on the moon, assuming it is even possible. Pray head to Mare Lamentorium and gather whatever items you believe are necessary to recreate life there.
I'll think of something. Lunar staples get gathered at the crushing brand. So go gather broken sword.
Honestly, is there anything you cannot do? I'm starting to think we ought to study your way of life next.
You'd have to learn how to log out.
What does that mean?
Yeah. Okay, so we go to the moon. We're going to the moon because we knew we were going to do this. We knew this was going to happen. Lunar staple, a must-have for anyone looking to recreate lunar culture, and it looks like a parsnip. Oh good, I'm going to discover something here. Okay. So, I don't think I can get exploration experience as a gatherer or crafter. So, I am going to change myself over to a Machinist. So I can get whatever little tiny drop of experience I get from discovering this part of the moon. Yeah, I got nothing. I got nothing, okay? It's the moon. What do you want from me? Do I have to go in this, or do I gather off of this, or... Okay, it's here. Alright. Lunar staples. That gets us the points we need. Now I get 3 gathers off of that. And there's another node right here, and I didn't even use half my GP. That said, hold on, let's just drink a cordial anyway. You know, just to be safe. Okay, I didn't get a bonus. Alright. And there's the other 3. Yeah, I needed to drink that cordial. Otherwise, I would have had to hit another node! Oh, no! Alright, we got 6 carrots from the moon. Alright. So, what do you think they're gonna do with this? What could they possibly do with 6 carrots on the moon?
I don't suppose you would know how best to store items from the moon. I wish to avoid accidentally ruining any precious samples you acquire on our behalf.
I think I'm capped on scripts. I had a little bit of room, but I didn't have enough to get all the scripts I was going to be getting. So it's a matter of, yeah, it's still material. Okay, so I had 5 of these. And now we got 10 of these. Alright, now I have 5 scripts to my name. But I'm gonna have so much more. Okay, here's your things. Yeah, I would have been a little bit over cap there.
By the 12, you really are capable of travel to the moon. I did not know nothing of the life of the moon on the surface, but even at a glance I can recognize the outstanding quality of these samples. These are carrots, aren't they? Not what I expected to be found buried in the crust of the moon, but thank you. Thank you very much.
It ain't nothing. Good luck with this. Alright, here it comes, chat. Professor Duncan and Hiyageshi take the items you brought and set to work emulating lunar cuisine. 3, 2, 1. Uh-huh. Yep. Yeah, that's life on the moon. Professor? Are you certain this is a representative of life on the moon?
But of course it is, Hiyageshi. My information comes from the Loporits, a race that calls Mare Lamentorium home.
Well, that's all well and good, but is it necessary for us to don these ridiculous outfits?
Well, I thought it might help us to experience the life as the Loporits do.
Yeah, they are kind of rabbits that live on the moon.
And as for all these carrots, make no mistake, Professor, it's wonderful to know that agriculture is possible on the moon, but I fear a diet comprised entirely of one type of root vegetable will not hold up to scrutiny.
That may well be so, but civilizations have had to move and adapt countless times throughout history, and we were not always able to eat exactly what they longed for. It may come to a day when we too are forced to move to the moon.
The professor doesn't seem to be enjoying himself much. Perhaps he is not especially fond of carrots. I realize this is not the most opportune time to focus on my romantic pursuits, but soon the time will come. I can feel it.
Yeah, this one... Yeah, rabbits might be known for reproductive abilities, but it's not really gonna work for you two in those suits, and with... Yeah, this is probably not the best. Sorry, girl. This was kind of a misstep. Hiyageshi now considers you an experienced matchmaker. I feel like I should have went from that on the last one to the previous step. Whatever. A new quest continuing the story of the Faculty of Anthropology is now accessible. But first, they took away some of the boxes and now, yeah, I made a mistake.
Frankly, it's not my business, but I have been wondering of late what it is that drives you to continue your adventures. Are you driven by yourself, or are there circumstances which compel you to go on? Regardless, I am most impressed by your willpower, adventurer.
You're welcome. Thank you. Hinegashi in Hingashi. Hinegashi is having a splendid time.
I do wonder what culture we shall be examining next. Knowing even the moon is inhabitable, the possibilities seem endless.
I bear good tidings. Permission has been granted for our voyage. I decided that it was about time we went to experience other cultures firsthand, rather than recreate them here in our workshop.
A fabulous idea indeed. Wherever are we going, Professor?
Hingashi Kugane, to be specific.
Oh, how wonderful!
Though our journey has been approved, we cannot afford to tarry. We have been granted but a short amount of time to stay there, you see. Are you perchance knowledgeable of the Far East?
I've been there a few times, and also saved a nation.
In that case, could we ask you to act as our guide?
Sure.
You have my thanks. We shall arrive at Pier number 2, where we reach Kugane. Pray meet us there when you are ready.
Alright, will you be funding my trip as well?
No.
Alright.
I can scarcely believe it. Our first our first research trip together.
Would that we could travel via Aetherites. Mayhap then we could arrive with more time for research. Alas.
Okay. Yep. 2,000 gil to go to Japan. And we're here. But they aren't yet, so I guess we gotta wait. Sometime later. Oh, I see that you're dressed in orange again. Here's how we bow out here.
We braved the experimental Aetherite and came via Eorzea. Much to our delight and surprise both, they were renting local attire. I was not about to pass up the opportunity to dress in authentic Klingon garb.
Goodness, I really wish they would have rented me that attire. That would have been nice. But no, players are never allowed to wear that kimono.
I still cannot quite believe I am here in this foreign land with the Professor.
Now then, where is Kugane Castle?
It's that great big thing behind me. Behind the hostelry.
Wherever it is, it does not seem to be visible from here. Would you happen to know a better place to take in its splendor?
Yeah, about 5 feet to the left. How about Tasogari Bridge? You know what? Lo, we could be hilarious. The roof of Shirakaze Hostelry should do nicely. You want to do a jumping puzzle?
Wait just a moment. As mere tourists such as ourselves allowed on the roof of said establishment? I enjoy fine views as much as anyone, but I would rather avoid becoming a criminal. Perhaps Tasogari Bridge would be a better option. If I'm not mistaken, it should be close by. Shall we have a look from there?
Alright, but you're missing out by not jumping. I guess they would have a hard time jumping inside those outfits. Alright, and so I get the shade and you guys don't.
A fortress most formidable. This would be an island like Charlene, but it is quite clear our cultures are as night and day. However, one must keep in mind that Kugane is unlikely to be a true representation of life in Hingashi. After all, the sport town is but a tiny part of a larger nation, and sadly the only section of it open to the wider world. We are to get a truly accurate picture or speak with the locals. Speaking of which, this place is surprisingly peaceful considering recent events. The ruling class doubtlessly controls what information is allowed in the area, which begs the question how much is known by those here regarding the affairs with the rest of the world. Perhaps they are convinced they're strong enough to weather any storm alone. At any rate, our work here is certain to prove a most enlightening experience. Already am I glad for this trip.
Professor, if possible, would it be very much like to visit the Umineko tea house and sample their dango? I have heard very good things.
Hidegeshi, do not forget why we are here. We are researchers, not tourists. You do well to remember that.
My apologies, Professor.
Forgive me, I did not mean to upset you. I fear the long journey has left me on edge. Kugane does indeed thrive on tourism. They are not wrong to deem that aspect of their culture worthy of investigation.
You are too kind, Professor.
Now then, let us pay a visit to Pier Number 1, and take in their storehouses, and then make our way to Kokajia.
Alright, I'll show the way. I'm not being a very good wingman right now. Okay, so I don't see either of them, so I guess they went ahead without me. Ow. I probably should have used an aetherite, but I'm walking. Ah, yes, and now we are passing by on our right the entrance to Eureka. We're still not going there. I've been there once, and on stream, and I've never been back, and I don't really want to. Hold on, where's the girl?
Ah, Sachit. Greater, perhaps, even than the Gallian heaters. It is an honor to witness the forging of Kugane's world-famous katana blades. Ah, but we mustn't forget why we're here. Come, I suppose now is Hidegeshi's turn to rebuke me. Hidegeshi? Where could she have gone? I was so entranced by the sights and sounds of the city, I cannot rightly say when I saw her last. Let's split up and search for her. If we do check well the Ijin district, I will search for Kugane Dori.
Hurry, before the steel cools! Well, it seems like it's going to be hot forever. But I do really like their ovens and furnaces. If I was perhaps a blacksmith or armorer, I might go there. But I'm not. So I don't. Okay, so you're here.
A woman will lost on the streets, you say? A tourist would have no cause to come this way. You would be better served searching near the gates of Kugane Castle. Much of the city can be seen from there. Now, if you will excuse me.
Alright, have fun walking your big bridge. Alright, up the stairs. And once again up the stairs. We've climbed more stairs than this. Alright, so we can theoretically see anywhere from here, even though the railing is the same height as our head. Nope, can't see over this railing. Unless I have a third-person camera. But we were able to spot her. And so now we can find out why she went a different way. And it looks like he caught up with us too. Probably because he's been running, meanwhile I've just been looking.
Hidegeshi! We found you at last.
Professor? Oh, thank goodness. I thought we waited here long enough. You would come eventually.
Yes, we did plan on visiting the castle, didn't we? I should have expected you would memorize our itinerary. What happened? I could have sworn you were right behind me.
Well, I was approached by a merchant on Kuganedori. We were making our way for Pier 1. I stopped to say I was not interested, and when I turned around, you were nowhere to be seen. I should not have been so careless. You did warn me not to behave as a tourist, after all.
No, I should have been more attentive. When engrossed in my work, surroundings all but fade away. The thought of you lost, wandering aimlessly through the streets of Kagane, my heart was fit to burst. But to see you here, safe and sound, words fail to express my relief. I can only imagine the distress I've caused you.
Oh, Professor, Oh.
What can I do to comfort her? That's it! Terribly sorry to ask this of you, but I wish to fashion a hairpin for the Yageshi to lift her spirits. Might I trouble you to procure the necessary materials? The Ruby Sea is said to be a treasure trove of resources. Perhaps you can find something there that was shore or beneath the waves.
Alright, gather a seashell, got it.
Thank you. It would be a fool to leave her alone, so I'll wait with her here until you will return.
The hairpin material can be found on Hell's Lid.
I am terribly sorry for all of this. Our stay was meant to be a short one, and yet I have wasted so much of your time.
I'll probably read that again on my way back in. Not the airship landing. Hell's Lid is just over here. I love this mount. I love this mount so much. I know that there's a golden version of this too, but I don't know what makes it different, other than the fact that it's gold. And doesn't require that you do society quests for gathering. If you hear squeaking, that's him. That's the boy. That's Biscuit. He is attention starved. And he does want me. Okay, and hairpin material. Can be used to craft a beautiful hairpin in the right hands. And ting. That's it. We cannot even try to gather more to keep one for ourselves. No, 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 no. This is only going to him, and that's it. While I teleport. Boy. 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 See, you're snorting happily now that I'm petting you. You're fine. You're okay. I love you. Tiny little boy. Tiny little boy. Yeah, and for people who'd have no idea, let's just watch Biscuit dig again. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Alright. Alright, back to business. Gotta give a hairpin. I'm sorry, give materials for a hairpin.
They say the Ruby Sea is a treasure trove of natural resources. I am certain you can find what I need there.
Here's your hairpin materials.
Absolutely stunning. I shall waste no time in taking this to a craftsman. Pray keep Inageshi company while I'm gone.
Alright. Why didn't you have me deliver it? I guess you want it made special. Okay.
Where do you suppose the professor has run off to? I suppose it doesn't matter. It will only prove a hindrance were I to accompany him further.
Girl, don't you see how much he cares for your well-being?
and how you're feeling?
My apologies for disappearing like that. I went on a little errand to have this made for you, Hinegashi.
Wait, the flower on this hairpin is...
Nothing gets past you. Indeed, it is a flower the locals here know as a Hinegashi. I thought it would be a shame were we to return home from our travels empty-handed. I hope it is to your liking.
It's perfect. Thank you, Professor. I shall treasure it for all my days.
Strange. These excursions to other lands are always a rather stressful ordeal. With Hinegashi here, though, things are different.
Yeah. How you feeling, guy?
This is no time for self-reflection. Let's need survey the rest of the town post-haste. Let's make for the Rakuza district, followed by the Bakuroin. But wait. Before all that, we should pay a visit to Umineko Tea House to sample their finest dango and tea.
Thank you, Professor. I can hardly wait.
Alright. Sounds like they're having a nice tourism day. Oh good, the lights are turning on. I should be able to see now.
I just had the most wonderful time chatting with the patrons of the hot springs.
The springs were exquisite. It was a view that took my breath away. I yet struggle to believe that on the other side of the ocean lies Doma and the Azim Steppe, my ancestral home. How I wish to love to travel there once more to see the nomads live firsthand.
You will, Professor. Someday. And I shall be by your side when we do.
I should like that very much. Alas, the time has come for us to return to Charlene. Pray stop by Searcher's Meet once you have returned. I'd like to see you compensated for your work here.
Alright. See you guys back home. They're not paying me any gil. So I'm not being reimbursed for my teleport fees. They're paying me in soup. This always seems to happen. Oh, hold on.
A most fruitful trip indeed. However, I'm yet mystified by the feelings of warmth and comfort I found there in Kugane. If I could somehow get to the bottom of that, I'm certain it would benefit our research greatly.
There's a thing called love.
Ah, it is good to be home. Traveling is lovely, of course, but best enjoyed in moderation, like all good things. I should hope that you have some place to call home as well.
Yeah, I have an apartment.
Then I would bid you return here and take a well-deserved rest. I will be in touch once again once we are ready to resume our work.
And, let's see. Anything new? Nope, same dialogue. The culture of the past. Hidegashi is in a reflective mood.
You know, on our return voyage to Charland, the professor said he'd been duly inspired and eager to continue our work. What culture do you suppose he intends to study next?
That's a good question. Given the quest title, though, I think I already know.
Ah, Professor. Now we're all gathered, might we discuss your plans moving forward?
Yes, of course. Our search thus far on the lifestyles of people in various regions has proved quite enlightening. However, after much deliberation, I have concluded not to merely to compare and contrast locations alone will not suffice. No, we must consider different time periods as well.
Oh my. Well, I suppose that means we'll be studying a log, then. I can think of no other bygone cultures worthy of scrutiny.
And I understand full well why you would reach that conclusion. However, I recently happened upon records that suggest the existence of a civilization that predates elegance. A civilization older than time, far more advanced than one might believe possible. It sounds a fantasy, I know. A final fantasy. If it truly exists, I wish to recreate that paradise.
I have seen part of it. A place called Elpis.
Please, tell us all you know.
Well, first, you have to go punch a guy and have him get absorbed by the crystal tower. Then, you have to have
A facility for the testing of creation magics. Fascinating.
I didn't even get to that part yet.
Like anyone else, I might call them mad, but you did travel to the moon. I realize I'm asking a great deal of you, but if there's any way to procure relics from that age, I'd be eternally grateful. I'll make what preparations I can for your return.
Alright.
This may yet prove to be a discovery of a lifetime. Anything that can bring us back will surely be proving a boon to his research.
The Elvis stables are found near the Hungering Gardens, which I believe is right next to the first aetherite. Actually, no, it's mining, so it's probably far away from an aetherite.
I find it immensely more constructive to prove rather than disprove the existence of past civilizations. With your help, I believe we can do just that.
Alright, so not the crafting log, the gathering log, and we need high-level stuff. Elpis staple. Hunger Gardens, yep, that's very far away from an aetherite. Alright. So what about this soup that they're paying me with? Yakao Musaka. A Near Eastern dish that takes yellow meat and eggplant and bakes them into a gratin. Okay, so it's not a soup, it's cheese. Is gratin a soup? I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. Okay. And we have a 90% chance to gather these. Okay. Jade says it's a cheesy potatoes. Also, hi. Hi, Jade. Welcome to the stream. You missed about 4 hours of fishing. Also, I can't get the quest done because I do have to finish the main story before I can finish these. So, that is a little bit of a bother. But we're doing what we can anyway. Let's see, 500. That'll get what I need. Okay, 3 gathers. Nope, didn't get a bonus. 4 of them. I need 6. Drink a cordial. Go ahead again. This will get us exactly where we need to be. And we didn't get a thing. Alright, that's fine. 2 more. That's all we need. And we're done. That's it. This is so much better than fishing. So much better. From fisher to miner, the evolution. Yeah, I mean, look at the speed, the efficiency. We get what we need immediately. Also, if you tuned out, then tune back in, you missed some really good stuff. Please look forward to the VOD. Or watching anybody else who has this stuff cataloged. So, in summary, this girl is really admiring her professor. her professor is studying other cultures and emulating them for a time. So in order, they had us emulate the Thavnarian culture, Garlean culture, and lunar culture. Yes, that's right, that's a rabbit suit. Yeah, they've been really, really cute, and the moon one was a little bit weird.
You know, a part of me thinks it odd that we now strive to emulate ancient civilization. Would that not, after all, mean that we are taking a step back? Though if Elpis is advanced as you say, perhaps it will prove to be a step forward.
Elpis stable. A must-have for anyone looking to recreate the culture of Elpis.
I'm not gonna cap on tomes. Lore accurate suit. Yeah.
Goodness me, this material is unlike anything I've seen before. Honestly, I find it hard to believe it's as old as you say. All the better for our work, I suppose. These minerals are possessed of immensely high concentrations of aether. Whatever could they have been used for this?
Professor Tonkin and Higashi take the items you brought them and set aside to work emulating Elpis culture. I think I need something for this. They have nice, vibrant flowers. That's a neat trick you did there, Tankin.
Welcome, friend, to our humble abode.
I beg your pardon, Professor?
Oh, my apologies, Shigeshi. I was simply imagining what the people of Elpis might have sounded like. We did our best to recreate the culture based on what you have told us. Frankly, we felt like they had wandered into a fairy tale at times, but I do find their way of life has its merits. They do not waste time on frivolous. Everyone has a clear, functional purpose.
Perhaps, but I find their clothes make it rather difficult about one's duties.
It is entirely possible they did not need to engage in physical labor. Their proficiency in creation magics may have led to the decline of their physical frames. Wielding riding quills and such was no doubt a simple matter, but it is unlikely they could bear anything weighty.
What role do you suppose these masks played, exactly? Mayhap they were averse to showing their faces?
I would posit that they distinguished each other not only by outward appearance, but by their aether. Or perhaps all led such fulfilling lives that simply had no need to express themselves as individuals. To think that such sophisticated civilization vanished in but the blink of an eye, I wonder if all cultures are ultimately destined to meet the same fate.
We'll discover that answer in due time, I'm sure. Though part of me wishes we could live like this forever.
An interesting idea, Hidegashi, but I'm not so sure it is a wise one. Still, it gladdens me to see you enjoy the culture of our world so.
Oh no, that is not what I meant. Not entirely. I was merely thinking how nice it'd be if every day like this, experiencing new ways of living together. Studying the length and breadth of people's history as a whole, we could see naught but trends and tendencies. Like this, however, taking a glimpse of their lives day by day, the parallels between our culture becomes clear. Even these ancients of Elpis no doubt enjoyed the simple pleasures of life as we do, taking each day as they came. It would be oh so lovely if we could do the same, enjoying the simple pleasures of life, one day at a time.
Oi, Hidegashi! You're exactly right. I sometimes feel I learn more from you than I do my own research.
You flatter me, Professor, but I've said nothing worthy of such praise.
Ah, they're getting cuter. Hidegashi is thrilled with your efforts. She now considers you a veteran matchmaker. They're getting closer. A new quest continuing the story of the Faculty of Anthropology is now available. Speak with them as a botanist at level 90 to be able to quest. I must complete Endwalker. I'm also not level 90. But I can't do the quest anyway. So I have time to level up my miner. And that will be fine. So let's see. We're now at the 5-hour mark. I'm getting a little bit tired. And I have 3 more of these things to do. And I'm not going to be able to get them done because the plot isn't done. Alright. So I think I'm going to break it there. I enjoy these stories. I enjoy these stories a lot. I really like seeing all the different outfits that they had. And now they permanently have an Elpis outfit here. Like a nice little ancient mask and robe. They're cute. They're nice. They're doing it.
The idea of spending the rest of one's days living in peace does sound rather lovely.
But I have 3 more people to do. And they're all for crafting. And I'll do them some other time. I'm doing it. So we got gatherers done in one video. Well, as done as I can. It's such a shame. I could have swore that you only needed to get Elpis done. I didn't think they needed me to, like, finish saving the world. But I guess they do. It's like, at that point, why even let me start on it until... whatever. Whatever. So, I want to thank you all for being here. I enjoyed the conversation, I enjoyed the company, and I hope that you guys enjoyed me getting angry at fish. And also hitting rocks with extreme efficiency. Let's see, who's available? I see a couple of people to raid. Dreaded fish. Oh wait, there's one more thing I can do. One more thing I can do. Right. I almost forgot. We are going to set up that aquarium. But first I have to go back home. This is what the process of data center traveling looks like. I've shown it a few times before. But it doesn't matter how good my computer is. It just, it takes this long to transfer data between Square Enix's servers. Okay. Sounds like some fish propaganda. Yeah, a little bit. I caught something neat while I was on the boat. I caught something really, really neat while I was on the fishing boat to level up Fisher. Which it turns out I didn't even need. I didn't need the experience of going on the boat. But you know what? I went on the boat once. I finally went on the boat to go to Kugane. And it was neat. We got a fish that I can put in an aquarium. So I am going to go to Bont's apartment, which is in Shirogane. Oh, no, get rid of the chat. We're going to go to my apartment. I found creative ways to spend my scripts, okay? Yeah, it's... I sure did just cram all my furniture up against a corner of the room, and I found an alpha plush and just gave it all the food I got. I hope he's eating okay. Wherever he is. Okay, so. I gotta get him out of it. Hold on. Aquarium. Fish. This aquarium was really cheap. I can get a better aquarium later. No, not diet. There we go.
Okay, so, fish. Inside. Okay, save. Fish! I caught that! I gotta get better tank trimmings. That's a very basic looking thing. But I have an aquarium! And I caught that fish! I win! That fish is my prisoner forever now. You're not supposed to remake your room IRL, Bolt. My room doesn't look like this IRL. This is probably like 3 times the space I have in my room. The thing is, like, I live in a place that has multiple rooms, which are smaller. I could try to recreate that here by getting lots of partitions. But, like, I want to say my living space is bigger than this in relativity. But this is bigger than what my room is. Does that make sense? If I did want to recreate my room in this game, though, I'd need to get, like, a computer. There are a couple computers now. I could get them in here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, today's been pretty good. Oh, good. I'm glad that the room tints if I have my camera in the aquarium light. So, once again, thank you all for being here. I'm going to stop streaming here. I don't think I'm going to be raiding anybody. Sorry, I know everybody wants those bonus channel points, but here we are. Having a room with an aquarium that is unreachably elevated. I can get up there. I can get up there, just give me a second. I swear I can get up there. Hold on, can you not stand on top of this? I could have swore you could stand on top of this. Alright, we'll do it a different way. Okay, I cannot get up there as the room is now. However, I should be able to get on top of this window frame. Are you kidding me? You're right, I don't think I can get up there as is. So, solution. I could either lower it, or I could get something else that I can use as a way to get up. Okay, so let's do this. What's the tallest piece of furniture I have? You. We make our own fun. Come on. Get on there. I'm not lowering that. I'm not lowering the aquarium. I'm not good at jumping in this game, though. Okay, that's not tall enough. Or stable enough. What can I do for help? I cannot jump on top of that frame. I'm cooking. Can I jump on top of these? No, these are completely transparent. You can just go straight through them. I don't know if the orchestron will be. Let's try it. It's gonna do weird things with the music. Okay, so if I don't need you over here, I still need you lighting the corner. Okay.
Okay, now we can get up there, but now we're not looking at it. Now we have a little hidey hole in my room. I cooked. And Jade was right, the orchestrion. So here's what else I can do. Okay, I can clip straight through the floor. That was not the desired result.
Echoes of truths that once rang clear. Two souls
But you want to see something even better?
that one true love they did find, bringing light and heaven's near. But flames that burn full bright soon fell dark.
That is called floating.
Memories dimmed by shadowed dark.
It's a weird glitch that's in the game. It allows you to float tabletop's furniture. If you turn grid placement off, move it a little, and then you move the table out from under it. Or in this case, a loft. So now now I really can't get up there.
One soul's cry.
Now I really can't get up there. Alright, let's put this back.
Sacrifice, a binary to her king.
Tears of the Kingdom power shown. New power.
Yet this
Ah, well. I had a good time. I'm glad we were able to have fun with a little bit of housing at the end. I don't have a lot of furniture, but I'm glad I was able to put down what little we had. Also, if you've not seen, I have the ability to gather these special treasure maps. I could do some of those as like a stream opener. Or closer, one of these days. If I just find I have an extra half hour or hour or whatever to do stuff. But, that's not right now. That's not right now. Right now, you guys have been great. I've had fun. And I'm gonna still do my stream tomorrow. So, I can't do the emote. There we go. I'm gonna turn in. He's scratching at the floor because he wants me to go out. So, I'm gonna take him out. Good night, everybody.